regions, and I am so glad you have waited with us. And now we are ready to officially open the conference. There are some people still arriving, joining us, so please take your seats so that we can officially start our event. I know that now we can hear some white noise, people talking for a few more minutes, but we are about to dive in. Welcome to the capital city of the Małopolska region. It is very nice to welcome you to Kraków, Kogiteon. We are meeting here both in person, but some people are joining us online. I hope it will be an enjoyable event for all of us, both of you participants in person and those who are joining us online from all corners of the globe. It's so nice to see you. Good morning. It's a very good morning. On behalf of the Marshal's Office and the Polish Smog Alert, I'd like to welcome you to the conference Poland in Clean Air, Experiences of the Małopolska region as a regions in anti-smog activities. The conference has honorary patrons of the Minister of Climate and Environment and the Minister of Development and Technology, which is testimony to appreciation of activities of NGOs and other organizations in Kraków to improve air quality in Kraków and Małopolska region. So clean air remains among the most important challenges of our country. Małopolska is the region where this struggle started, fighting for clean air, because the first resolution, which was anti-smog resolution, was adopted here in Kraków. It eliminated heat sources which were polluting the air. It led to improvement of air quality, but it was also inspiration for other regions in Poland to start the activities. And now, after several years of joint experiences and certain results, it is time to sum up our efforts and have a conversation about the future. The first day of the conference will focus on good practices of anti-smog policies from local governments, from different regions of our country. We are going to look at efficient activities, and we are going to have conversations around that. We are going to exchange experiences, to have inspiring discussions, good practices, recommendations, 3 intense sessions every day, the best experts, and more positive energy. I'm so glad to see you together. Welcome to Kraków. Good morning. There will be an official opening in a moment, and it will be delivered by Ryszard Pagacz, Deputy Marshal of our Voivodeship, and Anna Willems from the Executive Agency for Climate, Infrastructure and Environment. So please open the conference officially.
Szanowni
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad that it is Kraków, that is the place where we were able to invite you. And we have representatives, as the director has said, of almost all the voivodeships. So there are representatives of local governments, of the state government, and there are representatives of the European Commission, first of all. And let me welcome all of them very warmly to Kraków. I am so glad to see all of you here. Poland in clean air. Clean air, there is no subtext. Clean air, which is healthy for our lungs, for our bodies, because the air is what we breathe. And it can be also translated as Poland in healthy atmosphere. So atmosphere is what is around us, surrounding us. So I'm opening the conference in which you are going to participate, and the discussions will broaden our horizons and will help us to learn about good solutions, good practices in other places, and these good examples might be followed and might be copied in other regions, in different parts of our country, different parts of our region. So let me just highlight the following. Kraków, as it has been mentioned, is in the avant-garde. Actually, the Małopolska region is in the avant-garde of good changes for the better, developments leading up to cleaner air and better atmosphere, literally and not. So the LIFE program has had 10 years, actually, so we have many achievements, and the experiences of Kraków and the entire Małopolska region were caused by the following situation. Kraków, due to its location, due to urbanization process and urban sprawl, experienced the situation that several years ago was described as follows. Smoke or smog made it impossible to breathe in the city. So many people were falling ill. And for a healthy functioning of inhabitants of Kraków, of the Małopolska region, we needed to introduce something like that. Many people were very enthusiastic about implementation of these projects, and now we can see good results of these efforts. Indexes and improvements that we have achieved in big cities of the region, Kraków, but also Tarnów, are quite satisfying. We'll never reach 100% of clean air, because it is the goal, it is like the horizon, but we can say that this program is bringing the desired fruits and good results. So, this project that has been implemented for several years in Małopolska could be adopted in other cities of Poland. So your presence, and you have arrived from different regions of Poland, will definitely contribute to this process. So it is my great pleasure to announce opening of the project Poland in Healthy Atmosphere, Poland in Clean Air. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marshall. And now it's time for Aneta Willems to take the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Marshall, dear guests who have arrived at this conference. Poland in Healthy Atmosphere in Clean Air, beautiful name. It all started in Małopolska. And it is my pleasure, and it is actually my joy and honor for me to be here with you, because it is the conference, well, I can't say it is like the end of the project. Maybe when we think about the administrative part, yes, but the project started in 2016. It started back then, but it is going to be continued, because what happened in Małopolska gave an impulse to continue these activities, to develop the project, and as Deputy Marshal has said, it is also setting the example for others. So on behalf of CINEA, the European Executive Agency for Climate, Environment and Infrastructure, it is my honor and pleasure to say congratulations on your achievements in this project. It is a milestone of great importance. We are celebrating the breakthrough achievement in public health management, in environment management, because what we call the quality of life means health of citizens of Europe. This model shows how European cooperation may give us measurable results at the level of the regions and the countries to all the citizens. Perhaps I'd like to go back because I'd like to say where it started. It started from big troubles of Poland with air directives, because I'm sure you remember that Poland was in the avant-garde when we were talking about the statistics of the cities, which were the most polluted cities in Europe. And in 2016, I spent the New Year's Eve in Tomaszowice near Kraków, and on the next day we went for a walk to a park, going through the city called Skała, which is rock in Polish, And I remembered this name, and I was flying back to Brussels the next day, and I bought Financial Times at the airport, and there was an article that there is a city in Poland more polluted than Beijing. I was intrigued. It was Skała, the rock place. So all the measurements and all the numbers, all the statistical data, it was skyrocketing. And I know that some of us would like to compete with Beijing in some categories, not this one. So this article was about the situation, about PM 2.5, 10, particulate matter, benzopyrenes, the impacts on the health of inhabitants and quality of life and quality of the environment. So the project that we are celebrating today is of great importance, and it was among the first strategic projects which were integrated projects in the LIFE program, because actually a new LIFE program for 2014-2020, and these programs were supposed to, well, what was our concept? They were supposed to help the member states in supporting full implementation of key plans and key strategies. Among them was the plan for clean air. These were air directives which were insufficiently implemented in Poland. Since the start, Małopolska had its own vision. It was also very much involved. And what you suggested was a very comprehensive approach to implementation of low emission policy, and the region became the leader, not only in Poland, but in Europe. And this project showed that the LIFE program, because, well, for us, from the perspective of Brussels, we have LIFE, and we carry out our goals via this program. So one of the assumptions was to make it possible to have long-term planning, to have comprehensive funds or complementary funds, and we wanted to adjust regional policy to the goals of the European Union and the region. We wanted to have benefits locally, improving health and life quality for 3.5 million of citizens. For almost 10 years, the project provided us with a wide scope of various results and outcomes. Let me emphasize the most important ones. It is like the network of eco-advisors in more than 60 communes of the region. The local experts support the inhabitants, companies and local administration in undertaking activities to reduce air pollution. Secondly, very successful replacement of outdated heating systems supported by the project and complementary financing, including more than 111,000 installations. I think this number is still growing. So it led to measurable decrease of emissions in the housing sector. Educational campaigns for children, adults, we reached hundreds and thousands of people, changing awareness, building the culture of ecological responsibility. Next, development of digital tools, systems supporting decisions like eco-intervention platform, which made it possible for inhabitants to notify about air pollution problems in real time. And then additional funds, especially from programs, national programs like Clean Air and regional operational programs, which mobilized more than 400 million euro for additional investments. What is a very important achievement was inspiring other regions, other countries in Europe, which faced a similar situation with their air quality. All these achievements are extremely impressive when we think about the capacity and actually complexity of the challenges which were faced, because it was a actually broad scope of transformation. So what did you do with the challenges? Obviously, it was not a rosy journey. There were some trials and tribulations on the way. There were technical challenges, political and institutional challenges that had to be met, like coordination of activities in several hundreds or several dozen, of communes. We needed to have social acceptance of these changes because they were directly translated into the budgets of households. Sometimes the progress was slower than expected, but we can see determination of the Małopolska voivodeship and declared partners, because it wanted to stick to the course of adaptation and innovations. On the part of the SINEA agency and the European Commission, we are very much involved as a partner, supporting, providing advisory support and flexibility wherever it was needed, be it directly through the monitor, Stanisław Tworek, the monitor of your project, or through SINEA employees. I hope that this cooperation was among key success factors of this project. If I may, once again, I'd like to express our appreciation for all those who contributed to the success, especially the Marshal's Office, coordinating beneficiary, Director of the Department of the Environment, Tomasz Pietrusiak, and his team. Your leadership and vision were the heart of the project. We do appreciate work of other beneficiaries and stakeholders, the city of Kraków and many city councils, and more than 60 communes that implemented local actions. Moreover, Kraków and Małopolska smog alerts, the Institute of Environmental Protection, the National Research Institute, and the Mining and Steel Institute that provided us with scientific input and expertise. There were also national partners, the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, the National Contact Point, Andrzej Muter as co-financing party, and the Ministry of Climate and Environment, because their support made it possible to adjust to national policy. There was also the monitor of the project, Staszek Tworek, advisors from the executive agency SINEA. I'm sure you met my predecessor, Angelo Salsi, and Maja Mikosińska. Now Michel Quicheron took over, our colleagues Guido de Wild, who is also present here, and François Wagenhut. International partners like Vito from Belgium, Slovak Hydrometeorological Institute, and the Ministry of Environment from Czechia, providing us with specialist knowledge. And thanks to them, we had great transborder cooperation. There were broad coalitions between sectors, institutions, and different levels of management. And thanks to that, the LIFE program was very successful. It was also a model of integrated ecological activities. Let me say that we appreciate inhabitants of Małopolska because their everyday choices, opinions, and participation were at the core of these efforts. Their care for health, air quality, health quality, and care for the future fueled this initiative and pushing it forward, inspiring for other activities to improve air quality in other regions. Many thanks to eco-advisors, officials, city officials, educators, engineers, and NGOs who worked quietly and diligently behind the scenes to make it happen. We'd like to say very clearly that our work is not over. Thanks to the foundations that were laid, the region is better prepared for the future to continue air quality improvement and life improvement, quality of life improvement for inhabitants. And we also want to implement strategies to improve quality. We are proud that LIFE was able to support this journey through the spirit of partnership and cooperation, not only financially. The legacy of the project reaches outside of the borders of the Małopolska region because it is the source of inspiration and practical leadership for other regions in Poland and Europe, in Silesia, Wielkopolska, Opolskie, Podkarpacie, but also in Slovakia, Hungary, Czechia, because they are copying solutions that were created in Małopolska. And they start their journeys to sustainable development and clean air. To wrap it up, I'd like to say thank you, congratulations to all the partners of the project. Many thanks for your vision and your persistence. Many thanks for showing to us that thanks to the right support, cooperation and local leadership, ecological transformation is possible for the benefit of citizens of Europe. In SINEA and European Commission, we are looking forward to continuation of this cooperation and supporting the next generation of LIFE projects based on your story of success. I'd like to wish you a very fruitful event. Thank you very much indeed.
Bardzo pięknie dziękuję.
Great, thank you so much. So this conference was opened by Ryszard Pagacz, who is the Deputy Marshal of our region, and Aneta Willems, who is the Director of the European Executive Commission for Environment. So I believe that these deserved applause, rounds of applause show how effective multi-layer and multi-level collaboration could be. So starting from ground roots, going upwards to the regional administration. I believe that the whole movement is quite noticeable in all regions of Poland and abroad, and the synergy has worked in practice. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our panels and to session one, some household items. So we have simultaneous interpretation from English into Polish and from Polish into English, and then this event is also streamlined. So that is for our internet fans. Ladies and gentlemen, there could be very slow internet coverage. So please log into Open Cogiteon network. I suggest you do that. You find it useful, especially during the sessions, because you may interact later on with us. So please connect to Open Cogiteon. You do not need a password. And the third matter, quite important, you may already know it. So coffee break, refreshments, we offer that at floor 1. So take the staircase or the elevator. And now we're heading for session number 1, the role of education in the process of improving the air quality. So education, reaching all age groups from toddlers to the great silver generation, is more than fighting the smog, because we need to change attitudes and knowledge about how smog is destructive and poisonous. Well, they are the trigger of changes. So we need to promote engaging attitudes, run campaigns, engaging opinion leaders and local media. So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about campaigns locally and role of education in improving air quality. So that's the first session. So the education that works, effective strategies for building anti-smog awareness. Ewa Lutomska will moderate this session. Well, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and it is my pleasure to moderate this fast panel during this conference, which is also a challenge. So we'll talk about effective anti-smoke education. As I remember years ago, there were some who claimed that anti-smoke activities could stop at educating. But nowadays, we know that education, while important, must walk hand in hand with actions like implementing anti-smoke legislation, monitoring and enforcing these anti-smoke regulations. So we'll talk about these aspects later on during this conference, but now we'll focus on the education and on engaging the communities. So Piotr Kuczera, who is the mayor of the city of Rybnik, is one of our panelists during this session. And then we have Magdalena Młochowska, who is the director, coordinator, responsible for Green Warsaw at the Warsaw City Council. Barbara Leśniczak, She's the head of the program Educational Anti-Smog Network, ESA, at NASK PIG. Piotr Sergiej. He's the press spokesman for the Polish smoke alarm. Dorota Franczukowska. She's an expert for sustainable development at PwC Poland. We'll talk about their project Business Counter Smog. And Dariusz Zborowski, who is an eco-advisor from Myślenice Town Hall and Commune. Ladies and gentlemen, well, good morning again. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much for taking part in this panel. Before we move on to our debate, let me give a very brief presentation on the opinion polls regarding air pollution. So this is the perception of smog and the problem of smog against the background of other local issues. So you can see that poor air quality ranks somewhere in the middle of the ranking, where unfortunately as little as 17% of respondents consider air pollution in the top 3 major issues at the place where they live. Luckily, large cities like Kraków, Katowice,
większego lokalnego programu.
And Wrocław have a different perception of this issue. Kraków has 51% of respondents
Problemem, no jest to o tyle
who believe that the air quality is a major issue. So that is comforting that these cities that have been fighting for their clean air, that have been running quite broad informational campaigns about air pollution, have their awareness raised very high. Unfortunately, the problem is that according to the research, small towns, villages do not have that awareness, and that is a pity. Unfortunately, air quality issue is definitely reflecting that attitude. So we need to keep on fighting to build that awareness. We should not be discouraged by these results. Then we have another slide on the impact of heating on the air quality. 57% of respondents believe that burning coal in households had a negative impact on the air quality. So actually that's more than 50%, which is nice, but unfortunately, more than 40% of respondents do not see the connection of combusting fossil fuels with the air quality. And then note that as little as 22% of respondents understand that burning wood in their furnaces, at home, in their fireplaces have an impact that has an impact on the overall smog condition. And then 54% of respondents is not aware of anti-smog resolutions adopted in their locality. So here we must strive to raise that awareness because, as you know, anti-smog resolutions, they force local residents to replace their boiler. So it's about raising the awareness again. Note that as much as 36% of respondents in small towns and villages are not aware of these resolutions at all. Well, that is a reason for concern. As we know, these resolutions apply to in 14 out of 16 regions in Poland. So according to the research, we can see that we should keep up this educational effort and emphasize the importance of this area. Well, that is the ranking. These are the results of the questionnaire. So bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to run a quick engaging our participants. So that is an introduction to our debate. Please take your mobiles out and please scan this code if you may, and then I'll ask you for short questions. And panelists, do engage, to join us in that Slido questionnaire. May we proceed? Right, so you're still scanning the code. Right, so that is my question number one. The question is about the number of schools in the educational anti-smoke network. And we have three answers, three figures, as you can see on the slide. So let me remind you that in a moment, Barbara, who is our panelist, will be describing this project. So I'll give you a minute to vote, to express your opinion, and in a moment we'll see the correct answer displayed on the slide. Right. So 68% gave a correct answer. That is wonderful. So you have this awareness of ESA. Well, congratulations, Barbara. The next question is about Warsaw. Next panelist, Magdalena. That's about the number of boilers that remain to be replaced in Warsaw. And here we have these watershed moments. So you may choose between Poland's accession to the European Union in 2004, Grunwald battle in 1410, and then the year of baptism of Poland. So you see the dates on the screen. So 54% believe that it was 2004. And then that's the one. That's the answer which is correct. These are actual data. So let me just remind you, when Warsaw started to fight for clean air, had 15,000 boilers, and Magdalena will cover that in her presentation. And the question is about the number of locations visited by the campaign Mobile Lungs. And this is the campaign See What You're Breathing With. So this is the campaign that is illustrating the impact of polluted air onto your health and your lungs. So 228 locations, localities. So that is wonderful. You understand the campaign and what it entails. That is a great result. And the last question. Which city faced close down of schools because of high air pollution? Kraków, Rybnik, or the city of Nowy Targ? I don't think it's a difficult question, is it? Mayor, dear Mayor, please keep quiet. Rybnik, the city of Rybnik in Silesia, in the region of Silesia. Well, I think it was a very brave move, but we'll talk about it in a moment, because we may have these anti-smoke actions, which may be just caring about the root causes, or like taking these very open actions. So we'll discuss that in a moment. So, sir, I'm addressing the mayor of Rybnik. Sir, a few years ago, you said, shame on us, and you started fighting for clean air in the city of Rybnik. So my question is, what was the most challenging part of that? Was it convincing the locality, the local community about the necessity to fight for it, or perhaps the organization of that work and effort at the town hall. So perhaps you could share your achievements with us. It was a very important campaign. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Well, shame on you. Well, this is expressed in the Silesian local dialect, as you can see displayed on the slide. So there is this local saying in a local dialect, which would be very difficult to translate into English, but it means generally shame on you, shame on us. So, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't that difficult in our city. We've been mining coal for 200 years. We have 10,000 people working in the mining sector. We do not have our own heating network. And then you get a mayor, a freshly elected mayor, elected in 2014, who starts claiming that there is this smoke in the air for 2015. Well, the first retort I got is that for so many years it was fine, and all of a sudden you come out and claim there is smoke. So one of the politicians at the national level who lives in Rybnik, in our city, and I met him and informed him that I would be present at this seminar about clean air. And he was starting to explain, well, do not exaggerate. You're making too much fuss about it. And actually, at that seminar at the Polish Senate, one of the speakers was claiming that he couldn't do his local jogging. He couldn't do anything outdoors because of that smog. And that man, all of a sudden, he claimed that he couldn't too. So again, we had that buzzword, shame on us, expressed in the local dialect. And we used two local opinion leaders for these campaigns, these people who were faces of a change. So that was an important stage in the process. So one thing is you can't do it alone. You need to have this support group. So initially, I met with a lot of resistance. I think it was somehow subconscious. So the first challenge I had to face was that I was presenting this bad opinion about our region, about our locality. So it was this mental attitude that had to change. And now about my allies. So the anti-smog alarm, the activists who offered me this very strong and open support. Then in 2017, the region of Silesia introduced that resolution on fighting the smoke, fighting air pollution. So that was a very important move, and 3 people spoke in the local assembly. So we had the marshal of the region, and we had the head of the Catholic Church in the region, and it was me. 3 of us spoke about it. So it was a very important alliance. So the head of Catholic Church in our region, Mr. Skvorc, he used that concept of ecological sin, on environmental sin. So actually, I had 2 parish priests who were caught red-handed because of waste burning some plastic waste. And I believe that the voting at the regional assembly that adopted unanimously the anti-smog resolution that gave a very clear signal that we wanted to act together. So stakeholders, courage, engagement, alliance. So I'll tell you about that school in a moment. So we have other panelists in our panel. So Magdalena.
I'm not sure whether it is really true, but in 2017, smog appeared in Warsaw. It was a breakthrough, actually, because back then, in 2017, all Poland activities to improve air quality started. And was it then that Warsaw admitted to its problem with air pollution? What kind of activities were undertaken? And how did you react to campaigns like that? I need to remember about changes of slides. So here we have the smokers counter. You can see it in the slide, in the strategic location in Warsaw, or see what you are breathing with next to the City Hall in Warsaw. So how did you assess these activities by NGOs? Did you see them as a way of supporting your activities, or did you think they were critical towards what you do? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me here. From our perspective, it is always interconnected what we do, what was done by the Polish smog alerts, in combination with the year of 2017. And 2017 was the critical year for air pollution in Warsaw, because there were 90 days which exceeded air quality standards in Warsaw. But it was a big support for us, namely Polish smog alert, which led to raising awareness on the scale of the entire Poland that there is such a problem, and our inhabitants started to expect from us something, that we do something, that we solve the problem. There were local government elections then, and in 2018 it was quite natural that this topic became the key topic in the campaign, whereas the Polish smog alerts, NGOs, inhabitants, electoral campaign, all these factors were very important. I guess we have similar models of operations. So there is this anti-smog resolution in Warsaw. It was in 2017, which showed that it is like a watershed. We need to have certain time limits. We have 15,000 and 5 years to solve this problem. We had an example of Kraków. Kraków was a few steps ahead, also because it was a more severe problem in Kraków several years ago, but it was very helpful to us because someone was in the avant-garde, took the first steps, and we could have copied them. So we started from general big information campaigns in Warsaw, and Polish smog alert campaigns was another way to reach people. So sometimes people do not believe in anything that officials say. They will listen to NGOs, but others listen more to officials. So we supported each other. So absolutely, I would say that the activities of Polish smog alert were very supportive. And then we launched a system of subsidies, of awareness-raising campaigns and reaching inhabitants via the system of advisors. We needed to take stock where smokers are located. We have real information as to every single individual address of a smoker, and the city guards, which carried out several thousand of inspections, checking households of what we burn there. So I would say it was the entire sequence of events, plus the system of low-cost sensors showing to the inhabitant, yes, there is problem in your vicinity, reference points, reference stations, international cooperation, which showed sociological studies about people who had not replaced their smokers yet. So we started with 15,000 smokers to like 1,400 now. And we are still going down with this number. All right. So first of all, there was this social pressure, actually, yes, and awareness of inhabitants, local inhabitants who were determined to see the change of air quality. You mentioned inspections, but they were launched later on, the monitoring system and education. Great. So we are talking a lot about education. Basia, over to you about your projects, because I remember very well your beginnings as a small pilot project, and today it is almost 2,500 schools, 2,000 census checking air quality throughout Poland. So my question is, what was of key importance for the project? Because it was developing dynamically, now it is such a big scale. Could you tell us the story of the project? How did you involve so many schools, so many people? Was it difficult to find funds for that? Thank you. So many questions. Thank you for them. I could drone on for hours if I wanted to be very specific in answering the first two questions. So what was said several times this morning was determination. That's the key word. And the fact that in our case there was no social pressure. The other way around, actually, there was no pressure at all. We started from the idea of NASK, so introduction of the internet, so the idea of research and academic computer network, NASK. So that's the first concept, because if you give access to the internet, if you give access to the knowledge, we also teach people how to use knowledge wisely. And projects connected with education of the youth, that's one thing, but the best picture is that, well, we all say many thanks to the Polish smog alert because they did so many good things, and I will be one of the people praising them. But here I'd like to emphasize the simplest things that depend on us. I remember what Anya said. You will not run away from air. Yes, you cannot do that, Anya. Great phrase. And teachers listen to that very gladly. So I allow myself to copy this statement. You cannot run away from air. Yes, so we started with education. We have educational network, 20,000 establishments which have equal access to the knowledge. And we have a huge problem with the air. We started from 10 measurement stations, 10 test measurement stations 8 years ago, and then very much involved teachers, enthusiastic, active teachers who said, we'd like to do something with our students, with their parents. We want to change the world around us. Then there was 200, then the first 1,000, and now we reached almost 2.5 thousand schools. And these schools are not leaving our network of education, almost 1.5 million people who participated actively in lessons and educational sessions, 50,000 teachers who ask us questions. What are new materials that you can provide us with to teach about clean air? And a new school competition, where are you going to open the new competition? So, well, why is it happening like that? Because we are determined, because we are supported by the institute, because we're supported by the general public, and we have very specialized teams, and we deeply believe that what we do is very useful. Is it only teachers approaching you, or is it you that start with your initiative? Both ways, actually, because we send information, we send invitations to teachers, but we do not make people cooperate with us. Because if we enforce something upon people, if we impose things on people, well, no, we don't do that. The other side needs to be open and willing. So now it is beginning to work the other way around. Schools, it is like Christmas lights before Christmas. If one person does it, neighbors follow in their footsteps. So one school is starting to implement certain actions, and then others copy that and follow. So schools approach us, they want to have these measurements, these meters, these sensors. So we have different sources of financing, but yes, determination, cooperation, and being consistent and persistent. highly motivated teachers and experts whom we have in the NASK State Research Institute. All right, many thanks. So there is hope that this project will be developed and other schools are going to join in and more people will be joining in. It is not a hope, it is a certainty. It is definitely going to move forward and develop further. I'm so glad to hear that. What about the Polish smog alert? We've been talking so much about that. So another guest is Piotr Siergiej, who is the spokesperson of the Polish smog alert, and he's going to tell us more about our biggest campaign that in a very visual way is showing the negative impact of polluted air on our health. So my question, Piotr, goes to you about this particular information campaign. The campaign was very visual and very actually inspired our imagination. Why is it efficient? All right. Before I answer your question, a few words of introduction, because how did it start? We are in 2013. Let us go back to the times of 2013. No anti-smog resolutions, no standards for coal quality. Smokers were on sale on a mass scale. No clean transportation zone. No one was talking about air quality apart from inhabitants of Kraków or Rybnik or some other cities with highly polluted air. So it was the situation 12 or 13 years ago. Today, certain things seem obvious. We hardly remember that time back then, but it was true. And I have to say one thing out loud. Eva, Adam, Andrzej said, we don't want to live like that. We don't want to see air polluted like that. I'd like to say it out loud. No, I know. I wanted to say that on my own. There were more people than just 3 people. Yes, you and your friends. There were inhabitants of Kraków protesting in the streets. Yes, but this process started back then. I'm not saying that just to boast that you were, but like praise you, just praise you. But someone needed to take the first step, and you did that. And the first step is usually forwards. So if you are determined, if you want to make a change, a small group of people may lead to a large change. I'm talking to people who may doubt it. Don't doubt it. It is like that. So when the Polish smog alert started to operate, the problem was to show to people that air pollution exists at all. You can't see it. You can't smell it. You don't know what it is about. People neglect this problem. People say, oh, if you are burning in your furnace, the smoke is there. It was always like that. My grandfather did it as well, and we are still alive. What kind of problem was that? It was a problem of awareness and communication. One of our colleagues said, I remember the school installation in India. They had a pair of lungs. They showed something, and we looked closely at the installation and we copied that actually. So you can see the lungs, the mobile lungs that you have in the slide. First there was a single installation. Now we have different installations like that in Poland. In total there are 6 or 7 of them depending on the year. And here it is a highly interesting idea because we show the air quality. It is made visible. You can see dirty air because the numbers which are shown on sensors, well, they do not speak to everyone. Not everyone understands what they mean. And here it is highly visible. So our installations, as Eva mentioned, they appeared in 228 locations for the last 7 years, because we are beginning the 7th edition of the campaign, attract a lot of attention. We have CCTV following these installations. People are touching this white matter and look at it changing color, so it is appealing to senses, to imagination. It shows that the lungs standing in the market square in Oświęcim, another Polish city, on the first day are white, in 2 weeks are gray, and in 3, 4, 5 weeks they are dark or black. You can check visualizations from different locations. Record-breaking was Czerwionka Leszczyny, a place like that in Silesia. Actually, it was enough to place the installation for 5-6 days. And they were actually totally black. It was shocking. So it shows to people the air quality in a very visible way, very tangible way. So in our campaigns, we want these installations to be there to make people aware of air quality, of what they breathe, but we also want to couple it with educational activities, because it matters that in communes we can show to people, we can explain to people why lungs are there, what is the process of breathing, and what is happening with our air health if the air is polluted. So it is just a part of a certain bigger pro-health campaign we've been running for 12 years. And when I meet with people at events like that, or with people living in communes, I remember a meeting near Warsaw quite recently at the Rural Housewives Club. Meetings like that 5 or 8 years ago usually ended in a quarrel. There was someone standing up saying, "It is our tradition, you are just saying things." No, now no one is saying that. No one is saying, "No, you are wrong." That's a huge change. Everyone is beginning to understand that air quality matters and that the air is really dirty. We need to improve it a lot. Yes, I can see a lot of improvement. Yes, and that's also true that in Kraków it wasn't that difficult to convince people, because the air quality in Kraków was poor. It was actually visible. We're saying that you can bite a bit of air, but sometimes there is a big problem in a certain location, but you can't see it.
Wonderful, thank you. We're moving on to Dorota. Dorota, she is responsible for Business Against Smog project that engages businesses in anti-smog activities. So the question is, well, we have that engagement of business into educational activities. How did you manage to engage business in educating for the quality of air? And do you think that we can juxtapose, where we could use the same model onto other related activities? Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Well, I come here with 70,000, and I've been so proud of it. And now I've heard about other results. Well, but you need to start somewhere. But actually, you can see that this is a very different project. So back to your question. We operate in businesses, in business areas, and we operate on the basis of volunteers, so employees who volunteer during their work time, or perhaps out of their working hours. So how did it all start? I don't think I'll be saying anything new here. This 2017, that was this watershed, as we've been emphasizing here. Well, I was with PwC at the time, and I realized that we had a terrible quality of air, and that had a huge impact on my health, on the health of my family, on the health of my employees, the people I work with, and businesses. These are people, and that's the power, that's the force that we can use in our program. Well, I think that our participants are very well aware of what we do. I can see some familiar faces of those who are engaged in the program, so that clearly shows that they are sincerely interested in this program and in raising awareness about the air quality. So again, Kraków Smog Alert and the other organizations with the support, their engagement in the project, that played a very important role. So let me take one step back. At this point in time, the name of the project, we in support for the climate, Business Against Smog. So we are now trying to transfer that approach onto other topics. I don't think that everyone is familiar with this project. So with this initiative, we invite businesses where they recruit volunteers among their employees. These people, they want to volunteer, they want to educate families, they want to educate children. So we have technical support from the UN Agenda for Environment operating in Poland. So our materials, they've been revised by experts. So our experts, they go to kindergartens, preschools, schools, so they educate young people, children, and so on. So it's 70,000 people, but we engage people, employees, their families. And as it happens, these people have higher awareness because we have people directly engaged in these campaigns. Wonderful, amazing, thank you so much, and you deserve a praise for your actions. Now, moving on to Dariusz Zborowski. Dariusz, or Darek as we call him, he works with this change on a daily basis. He must convince people to change things because he's an eco-advisor, eco-consultant. So your job is to convince the unconvinced. Convince those who do not believe in smog. They do not believe in the real problem. So what are the arguments that you use? Well, these days, very often people speak about war, claim that there is no need to replace the furnace or the boiler because of the impeding war situation. Well, I think it's normal that people have objections, that people have fears. Well, I think that is normal, and we need to understand such objections and such fears. The important thing is to understand the essence of the problem, and this essence is very often hidden deep within. And sometimes you need to ask a lot of questions. These could be like questions leading to uncovering the gist of the case. People have different convictions, different beliefs, and it's very often case-by-case campaigning. So I think that this campaign, See What You Breathe With, is a great campaign. So when I read about the concept of this campaign, about the illustrating what is being ignored because it is invisible, then you get a vision how to use that at meetings, irrespective of people's age, during meetings with adults and children, young students, older students. So the question is, what do you need to live? And well, you need your food, you need your water, you need the air to breathe. And then you can ask people, how long can you survive? Can you go on without food, without water, and without air? And all of a sudden, there are like little windows opening in people's minds, and they can see clearly that the toxins, these pollutants that they breathe, they tend to be absorbed by our bodies. And then all of a sudden, they are deprived of their arguments. They are left empty-handed, just surprised by the outcome of this exchange. About, well, this war argument, well, actually, that's now been silenced because of this war continuing, well, because of that duration of the war. Well, I don't think that this pessimistic approach is worth considering anymore. I completely agree. I remember that this argument was already used in one of the regions when adopting this anti-smog resolution. We do not have any war. And the resolution was adopted. Thank you so much. Well, let me just say that Dariusz here, he's one of our most active advisors, consultant, and every year he comes to have and requests to have these lungs installed in the city of Myślenice, where they are very much needed. Right, so now we have the time for Q&A, but before we move on to the Q&A, I have this question to the mayor of Rybnik about the short-term actions. You had these spectacular concentrations reaching 800 micrograms per 1 cubic meters of ppm, so you made this dramatic decision about shutting down schools. Weren't you concerned about loss of votes on the part of your constituencies? Because we often hear that mayors, heads of administration, they're afraid of losing support of their voters, and they refrain from closing down schools. Was it difficult to close the schools? Well, actually, I could explain that I got votes from my very young voters. Well, young people may have been very happy that they could skip schools, but actually the outcome, the result, exceeded my expectations, because the whole city all of a sudden had to face this question mark: is the situation that serious that you have to close schools down? A grandpa and grandma could see their grandchildren staying home because the situation was so serious. And 2 days later, I had this official monitoring from the heads of the region, and the head of regional head of school system. He suggested that children could be wearing face masks in schools, and even the head of the governor, the head of the region, he said that that was an exaggeration. So very many people from my town, from Rybnik, they remember that moment as this a moment of complete alert. We had these anti-smoke the smoke detectors opening up, because the smoke entering smoke detectors in hospitals, they were alerting, suspecting a fire. So that all that speeded up and accelerated the whole process. So I can see that very clear link between fines imposed on those who do not follow the resolution. I'm in a union with about 90% of local government heads of units. So there are lots of people who know one another, and it's very difficult locally to impose fines on people from small communities who know one another. So we were all in for setting up these groups or teams that would move between different communes to avoid that personal relation issue. And I heard from one of my colleagues that his granddaughter shamed him in front of everyone in the family at a family gathering when she accused him of using a plastic bottle to start fire. So I was starting with very little money from our municipal budget, from our town hall money, but we needed a week to spend that 5 million. That was very little. And then the following year, we didn't have clean air. We just had like 3 days for distributing subsidies. And then we started that clean air program. I said that we wouldn't give any subsidies. The money went to air protection, air quality protection, but for municipal activities. And we were resourcing the funds from the outside. And then we set up an information desk. We started to explain to people how to apply for subsidies, for refunds, for furnace and boiler replacement. Another thing is the aesthetic side of things. So it's not only about being warm, but it's also about having this very nice environment. So that's the aesthetic side of things. So education and control and financing, well, I believe that's the triad which really leads to enforcing legislation. Well, unfortunately, that school shutdown was not repeated in any other municipality, which is a pity, actually, because that worked. So, Magda, very briefly, you replaced 15,000 boilers, and I think it's 1,410 boilers left for replacement. So now you have this huge experience, and how are you going to share this experience, or perhaps cascade this experience? You're going to educate other institutions. What now? There is this one organization which is called the Polish Smog Alarm, and we work with them very intensively. Let me just offer two examples. Well, smokers, it's not the only thing. We have this the other leg, which is transportation, and here these changes, they take longer, they are more difficult. Warsaw is the first city in Poland with the clean transportation zone. It was a difficult battle. We had the support from NGOs. We had NGOs that offered us a support. It wasn't an easy decision for our for members of our local council to support that resolution. So every 2 years we'll be refining that resolution on the smoke-free zone as regards the quality and type of cars. And now we have another project, and that project is about educating and supporting communes in our region, which is the Mazovian region. Well, clearly air knows no limits, so our air circulates. Well, I think it's worth mentioning that we're also subsidized by the Fund for Environmental Protection to retrofit and modernize schools, and we also have that plan to have these lungs installed in schools just for demonstration. So we are a partner to continue the change. We know what this new recast directive imposes and wants, and now we are moving up to well, to collaborate. So we need to work harder to comply with other standards. Thank you.
Basia, you are reaching mostly children. You have the boards that are visible. Parents see them on everyday basis when they bring children to school. So what is your opinion? Would you say that children are ambassadors of the changes, or should we reach the parents that make difficult decisions in their households? Do you have any method of reaching out to adults, like 2 minutes if you may? I'll be brief. Children are our transmitters of knowledge, because we are smuggling knowledge to parents and grandparents, as the mayor has said. We are not ashamed of the situations when children like show how shameful certain kinds of behaviors are to their parents and grandparents. Actually, that's good. We show them the standards, and we actually show that everyone with a bit of knowledge is valuable. We have different methods which show that there is a problem, we need to change the situation for the better. We have no deadline, actually, no deadlines. Obviously, we say, like in life, you can always find the money. You have always to fight for the money because there is a problem, and we are going to continue our fight. Our teachers also support us as volunteers, so without any fees. They approach us, they talk to us, they tell us what they need. As the State Research Institute, we have our money, it is our mission, but on the other way, on the other side of this dialogue, we have a recipient who is persistent, determined, who wants to work as a volunteer, so we will always find the money for that. Dorota. In the public space, there are voices that the European Union is going to withdraw from certain regulations connected with ESG. Is it true? And if that's true, can it influence companies and their activities in the field of ESG? Or maybe the pressure from employees will still remain there and ESG will still matter greatly? Thank you for this question. I like this question very much because I like debunking the myths, and I'd like to explain things among the white noise that happens in the public sphere and from the public opinion. Since February, the omnibus package is actually happening, but it is about reporting of sustainable development. So the regulation imposing certain responsibilities and duties on companies. They were supposed to be included in that. I mean, medium-sized companies were covered by this obligation, but it was postponed by 2 years. That's a fact. But it pertains to reporting only. So it is about the picture that companies are supposed to show to the world in their reports. But in order to write about something in their reports, they need to do things beforehand. And activities around ESG are the priority maintained by the European Union. We carry out a lot of research that proves that companies which have the climate goals in 37%, they improve their activities there, and they are bringing the bar up. Those who started reporting declared that the very process of reporting provided them with plenty of managerial information, and the path to decarbonization is more efficient, much more measurable and feasible. So the EU goals, let me call it like that, this goal is moving from the red tape, a lot of paper, it is moving towards decarbonization. So there will be clear benefits for companies, lowering costs if they lower electrical energy costs. So there are plenty of goals that we want to attain because there is, for example, competitiveness of the European Union at stake. There were huge funds for the last 5 years for decarbonization in a very broad sense, including also innovations and infrastructural activities. $400 billion for the last 5 years, and for China it was twice as much in the same period of time. So if the European Union wants to still be competitive, and it does want to be competitive, it means that we have a clear direction. So what we hear in the mass media might be true, but it is not 100% true, because sustainable development is the foundation for further development of the European Union. And the other part of the question, let me refer to that. We have our own studies, business versus smog. Every year in October there is a study that covered first companies involved in the program. Now it is a broader study with more entities, and we ask the question, Do you expect from your employer that they will start activities to protect the environment? Every year, more than 70% of employees say, yes, I expect such actions from my employer. So almost, these are global studies. So 50% employees, before they submit a CV, when they want to apply for a job, they check what the company does to protect the environment. There is no going back. The climate change is undeniable, and policies need to address that. The big politics needs to focus on that anyway. And the side effect of decarbonization is also better air. So that's a good direction. So we are debunking myths. That's a very good piece of news. We are still moving in this direction. That's very good. And companies, yes, can do so much more. Darek, the last question to you. A very brief one. I wanted to ask you about the campaign, but I guess we've heard a lot about the Polish smog alerts. So we hear a lot that eco-advisors cannot spread their wings fully because there is no support from their bosses, their superiors, their supervisors. Do you feel you have support from your mayor? Absolutely, I am supported by the mayor since the very beginning of my activity during the previous mayor's term of office. There was no topic of equality, no one was talking about that. Let's not admit that we have any problem because it was the policy back then, like in Myślenica. And now I have this support and I enjoy that a lot because mayor has some initiatives. Did you hear about the cases that your colleagues cannot do certain things because there is no such support in place? Of course it happens, but there is no justification. Because eco-advisor or the team of eco-advisors should operate because we need to be consistent and persistent. And if you said A, you have to follow up with B, C, and the next steps. If you started fighting against a certain problem, you have to fight till the end to solve the problem. That's very important. You have to be determined as an eco-advisor. Because then you can show even to the resistant local authorities that there are outcomes, there are results, there is nothing to be ashamed of. You simply need to address the issue and do something about that. So every local authority wants to boast about achievements, or they might be punished. Yes, that's the other side of the story. Maybe they are punished, maybe there is a fine imposed. Yes, that's the other side of the coin, and these fines are very measurable, so yes, it may inspire them as well. But you need to inspire them and tell them that there might be subsidies for employing another eco-advisor, or they may open a consultation point. And there are certain funds for commune, and a lot may be done thanks to them. So the support from local authorities is important, but it is not the most important. The most important thing is that eco-advisors are determined and consistent. Thank you. It is a very important opinion. I guess I'm going to quote that and give it as an example to others so that eco-advisors do not look for excuses. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot continue with Q&A from the audience because we have to stick to our time limits. But I do encourage you to talk to our guests during the coffee break, because there will be time for the coffee break very soon. Many thanks to our speakers, highly inspiring opinions, examples. I am so glad you've been so active for years. You set the example for other communes, municipalities, institutions who may follow in your footsteps and do so much more for the clean air. Applause. Thank you for this debate.
Drodzy Państwo, myślę, że nikogo z nas nie trzeba...
Ladies and gentlemen, no one needs to be convinced that improving air quality begins in our minds and with our mentality, and well-informed inhabitants are the key to success, because they start observing all the resolutions, they reach out for subsidies. So consistent and efficient anti-smoke education needs to be continued, it needs to be attractive and full of examples. If I tell you the synergy effect should be very much in place, well, absolutely yes. And you may remember all these good examples and recommendations you've just heard about. In Poland, there are municipalities who listen to their inhabitants. They were inspired, they are efficient in their actions, and now they can enjoy their successes. Now it's time for a coffee break to talk with each other informally. Please be back to the room at 12 o'clock.
Dziedzictwem. Aby je zachować, musimy
Drodzy Państwo,
działać
powoli dobiega
już
końca.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are slowly approaching the end of this conference.
Drodzy Państwo, i przed nami druga sesja.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we are about to start the second session of today. Extremely engaging discussions, debates, and inspirations, and more meetings with our experts. They will provide you with this amazing food for thought and will be the source of inspiration for you. Session 2 is about supporting exchange of sources of heat and heating, accounting for the needs of the poorest. So it's not only about available subsidizing program, but mechanisms of advancement in financing. So we'll hear about it in the panel devoted to replacement of heat sources. So we'll hear about shielding mechanisms, about supporting low-income families, and it's about subsidizing from private sectors, from other funds, and from local resources. So it's about effective and fair support for replacement of sources of heating. Andrzej Guła, the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to this debate devoted to financing, before I invite the panelists, I have to say that it's amazing. Owing to this live program, we generated this absolutely amazing energy. Over the last few years, we finally have much cleaner, much healthier, much better air here in this region. So I want to take this opportunity to thank representatives of the Marshal's Office, all people who are so much engaged. So eco consultants, thank you, because it is your achievements. You brought our closer to the WHO standards. And now, Let us start the panel. Let me introduce first our amazing panelists. So we have Kinga Radań, who is the Environmental Protection Director at the Marshal's office in Kraków. Then we have the representative of the Mayor of Kraków for Clean Air, Mr. Paweł Ścigalski. Then we have the head of the Communal Welfare Center in Zabierzów, which is a suburb of Kraków, Mr. Myjak. And then we have the representative of the mayor of the city of Włocławek for climate, Mr. Górka. Good mornings, good afternoon, sir. And then deputy mayor of this town of Skawina, Mr. Tomasz Orzuk. So actually, in terms of the concept, this panel will be no different than the first panel. We'll start with a Slido survey. So please take out your mobile phones, make sure that you're online, scan this QR code, and once you scan the QR code, we can start the survey. So ladies and gentlemen, panelists, please join us in the Slido exercise. So we have this QR code on screen. Ready? Okay. Countdown and off we go. Ladies and gentlemen. We'll be talking about programs financing replacement of boilers, and we'll be talking about energy poverty. Let us start with question about this clean air program. So my question is about your opinion on the clean air program after the changes introduced in March 2025. You can answer very well, good, well, okay, well, my opinion is poor, or it's very bad. Ready? So what is your opinion on the clean air program after the changes introduced in March 2025? Right. Ooh. Oh my. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect it to be that bad, but I'm hardly surprised by your reply, because if I were to take part in this survey, well, I shouldn't be sharing my opinion with you as a moderator. So 42.33. So it's very bad or okay. Good is 7%, very well 2%. So it's between okay and really bad. So if we were to add it up, we would say that really bad, well, that's the prevailing opinion. We'll be discussing that with our panelists in a moment. Now, the next question is, what is your opinion on the accessibility of this clean air program to the poorest? And one is the poorest are practically excluded from the program. The poorest have access to the program, but it's very difficult to access it. The poorest can access the program by making a small effort. And the final one, it is this program is easily accessible and very friendly to the poorest. Ooh. So at this point in time, more than 54% replied that the poorest may access the program, but this access is very difficult. So actually, the poorest are practically excluded from the program. That's the opinion of 37% of respondents, and slight 47%, and just 1% answered that this program is easily accessible and poor-friendly. Ooh, that is a very interesting picture that we get. And the last question is a bit complex. It is an open question. So may I suggest that you express your opinion in 1 or 2 sentences? What improvements of this clean air program are necessary to increase its effectiveness? What improvements of the clean air programs are necessary to increase its effectiveness? Less red tape, reduce red tape, simplify, streamline procedures, eliminate the fund for the environmental protection, resign from the audit, so remove the auditing, streamline the procedures, simplify the procedures, less bureaucracy, resign from this 3-year program, higher advance payments, increase, catch fraud schemes, alleviate or reduce income criteria, faster decisions, faster decision-making process, or approval and rejection of applications. So simplify procedures. Simplify procedures. Well, so changing the income brackets or thresholds. Ladies and gentlemen, we can discuss it later on because we're planning a Q&A session at the end of this session, so I'll encourage you to be actively engaged. Right, so I think we can close this slide. Audits. Audits are often mentioned. Bureaucracy, operators, simplification. So these are the buzzwords. Everyone, you know very well why this clean air program was created. It was our joint effort to have that program for replacement of smokers. In Poland, the program was launched in 2018. Its goal was very ambitious. It was to replace sources of heating in 3 million single-family houses. And the program was undergoing some transformations, and last year that program was postponed to be reformed and restored in March this year. So again, this program has very ambitious goals because it is to thermo-modernize and replace sources of heating in 2.5 million of single-family houses in Poland by 2030. Because these applications can be submitted by 2030, and by 2032, all these applications should be settled. Some statistical details. So on the screen, you can see comparison quarter to quarter. So April, October 2021 to 2025. And note, the changes in the numbers. So 2025, we have about 5 times less, fewer applications than in the same period last year. So that would be the starting point for the debate that we're going to have.
Chciałem wam powiedzieć niezmiernie ważne.
And then another aspect, which is equally important. As we are to discuss energy poverty, as we're to discuss supporting the excluded, we often hear about the scale of energy poverty. Depending on the research institution, we may have the information, the statistics from different sources. When we look at the scale, depending on the definition of the energy poverty, it ranges from 16 to 30 of total households. But it is obvious that the poorest who cannot afford to be replacing their sources of heating is a very serious issue in Poland. And so that is the end of the introductory session, and we're back in our panel with our.
Usiądę sobie, gdzie tutaj chyba mam najwygodniejsze.
Perhaps I should sit down. I guess I have the most comfortable chair. That's the privilege of the moderator. I'm not sure, but they are all right. I've heard that they should be fine. All right. They are good enough. Dear panelists, let me begin with the question referring to assessment and evaluation of Clean Air program. What's your perspective and what's your opinion of this new edition of the Clean Air program that we've had since April this year? Would you say that, in your opinion, it is going in the right direction? If it didn't, what is missing there? Tomasz, the mayor of Skawina, could you go as the first speaker? What's your opinion? Good afternoon. Well, I think that here in this slide, the majority of the things were already said. I mean, where our difficulties lie with this program. I'm glad to see this program back. I'd like to say it very strongly. It is very important that it is continued. But as for implementation, as for advantages, we as Skawina, the town next to Kraków, we as Skawina wanted the program to be implemented in municipalities, in communes. And I'm glad that we have certain rights connected with the program, but I still believe they are too limited, and I think that if the burden is shifted more towards municipalities or communes, like settlements of the program, or going back to the model from a few years ago, I think if we did it more in municipalities, we would have solved these problems that you referred to. Then procedures, documentation, red tape, application processing time, these are key things, and sometimes it is a deterrent for participants or potential participants, and it leads to problems in the contacts between inhabitants. Let me talk about the context of Skawina, problems between inhabitants and officials at our city council, because at many meetings I hear criticism about how officials in Skawina work, like eco-advisors involved in the program. But when we go further into the conversation, actually the problem is not with eco-advisors per se, but the problem is with the Clean Air program. So procedures there, and it is not in our hands to change them, like submitting applications or processing applications. It takes time, because since we are talking about procedures, from my employees are telling me it is like 6 up to 8 months to process the application. So let's say it's too long, and that's an understatement when I say that. An audit has been mentioned. Yes, it is a big challenge, it is a big problem, because first of all, we are not certain that the audit will be successful. Secondly, we have to bear costs of the audit. And now in the Skawina, it is like 2,000 Polish zloty. So if we look at that, talking about poverty, 2,000 Polish zloty is a lot of money. So in my opinion, these are basic things which are blocking the smoothness of the program, and it could go much more smoothly, because my expectation, your expectation were that in this new edition, the Clean Air program will move forward dynamically. There will be a lot of that. It will be moving forward very fast, thermal insulation, and more participation in municipalities, and that we hoped it would speed up. I cannot see that from my perspective. We have 48 applications for co-financing. In the previous period, it was almost 500. So that's the difference, as you can see. Okay, I need to ask an additional question. if you wanted to advise the managers of the clean air program on the national levels, how could we streamline it for the program to function better in your municipality, like 3 items perhaps that you could change? Right, yeah. Something was said outside of the mic. Yeah, well, I'm hesitant, but let me say one basic thing. If this program is to operate fast, let's transfer it entirely into the hands of municipalities and communes. Let's make this shift. Very timid applause. I hoped more people would applaud. I understand there are other problems on the side of municipalities. Who is going to handle that? But let us bear it in mind that, of course, I always talk about the perspective of Skawina, my municipality. We are prepared for implementation of this program. We've been saying that again and again. And if only some of the competences were transferred to us, we can see how it functions. But if for some reason this change is not real, like shifting all the competences into municipalities, then audit, processing time, the amount of documents which are required, that's, well, too much, simply. So too detailed approach to assessment and processing of applications. So after several months, asking additional questions about invoices and months. Due to that, well, this process is prolonged. So going back to the Kafka program, well, I guess people who heard me some time ago or had a conversation with me, well, I always repeat the same thing, returning to the Kafka program, to things happening more at the municipality or commune level. All right, now let's move to the north of Poland. Sebastian Górka, the representative of the mayor of city of Włocławek, north of Poland. So what's your perspective? How do you see this new edition? How do you assess this new edition of the Clean Air program? Good afternoon. Many thanks for inviting me here. I'm glad I could have arrived from Włocławek here and share my experiences. I've had a lot of experiences with this program because, is it boasting or not? But I've been with the program since the edition -1, so I co-created the foundations for the Clean Air program, cooperating with the National Fund. I implemented that at the Voivodeship Fund. Now I work at the City Council in Włocławek, so I'm implementing this program at the level of municipality, and I'm energy auditor. I've been the auditor for many years, so that's what I do as well. So as a person supporting beneficiaries, I have this optics as well, and I'm also the beneficiary of this program, so I know all these perspectives and all these points of view. So if I wanted to answer your question directly, what are the benefits of this new program? I remember this -1 or 0 version of the program here, and now I could say, oh, I told you so. It is over-regulated to some extent, unfortunately. So when I looked at the statistics, Włocławek should be happy because our number of applications dropped by half only. Maybe because we did something else this year, namely clean air points were given into the hands of NGOs. So our funds from our municipal program were given to running this clean air point, so that it's easier to reach the recipients, so that we raise awareness. So maybe that's part of the story in our case. That's our drop in the number of applications. It is only by 50%. As for the statistics, how many customers come to our clean air point, well, let me put it like that. There is still a lot of interest in the program. Few people apply, but we can see that we consume what had been done last year. There was the peak last year in terms of settlements, of settling and accounting for the applications. So that's what's happening in Włocławek. I feel, well, that much more could happen. I feel it would be so much better if more applications were submitted. We wanted to have twice as many applications. We have 50% only, so that's our situation. And anything we could streamline, if the Minister for Climate and Environmental Protection approaches you and says, we need your help, simplify procedures in the voivodeship funds, because it is a bottleneck. In my opinion, it is like that. I have conversations around this topic with my colleagues. It is not difficult to submit an application. The biggest difficulty is what is happening later on at the fund, voivodeship fund, the queue there. Maybe I'm criticizing someone, but audits were introduced. Is it good? Is it bad? Well, something simpler could be introduced, and I am an auditor myself. But when I look at various fora and I can see how people look at audits, how they evaluate audits, how they perceive that, in the majority of voivodeship funds, they don't have sufficient competences to evaluate audits and come to certain conclusions. And it is done so minutely. It is so detailed, too detailed. And there are grassroots things, or like basic things, whether this material was this thick or that thick, and it is like pointing finger, oh, this is bad, that is bad. These are very minute things very often, and the applicant is upset and they can't handle that, and well, that's too much. Tomek, would you like to comment on that? Yes, I'd like to add to what you are talking about. The situation is even worse because there were cases that there was audit and that the final stages officials were undermining the audit. They were asking questions, what for, why, so we can undermine everything, but it is like a vicious circle. Obviously, we need a certain level of trust towards auditors because the audit was introduced precisely for that purpose, so that we assess the building, someone knowledgeable says what needs to be done. But if on the one hand we have an expert assessing the building, telling us what needs to be done, on the other hand, then there is this list of questions, why those things, why these things, not, so why audit? Like, too much mistrust, I would say, in the process. And now over to Kinga. Let me refer to what was said by previous speakers. Yes, I worked at the fund as well, Voivodeship Fund, so perhaps I can answer some of the questions. Why the level of suspicion on the part of officials? Unfortunately, as for quality of energy audits, sometimes this quality is really very low. Addresses of buildings are wrong, the surface is wrong. Even if you look through Google Maps, there are incorrect bits of information, hence the suspicion on the part of officials. Maybe the conclusions in the audit are copied from the previous one. Obviously, mistakes are possible, but sometimes there are too many mistakes, hence the suspicion, and hence additional questions from officials and incessant questions, and why this, why that. So it prolongs the entire procedure. Obviously, I fully agree with you that the program since the very start, when we look back at 2018, the program always was difficult. Was perceived as difficult, and the entire procedure was not for people with energy poverty, so without the support of their family or friends or a person from the municipality, official from the municipality, the entire procedure through all the stages, well, was too difficult for people to handle. Nothing changed. Just like the mayor, I believe that the key for success and the key for solving this problem, because we absolutely need this program. It helped many people. So the key is to give up on this regional program and this shift towards municipal programs. implemented locally in municipalities with teams of eco-advisors, employees of municipalities providing services for inhabitants. And there will be like direct contact with these officials, not via phone. We know that at different institutions, no one picks up the phone. You can just write an email. So I believe personal contact would be so much better. So this program should be taken to the level of municipalities. I have an additional question before Sebastian will take over again. So one more question to you, Madam Director.
So if we are moved towards another model, Kafka model, would that program be mandatory for communes? Well, because Kafka is a program for volunteering communes. So how about residents of the communes who do not apply for participation? So which program should they apply to, or perhaps what do they do? So looking back at our experience, I can say that voluntary programs is not a very good thing, because if we look at Stop Smoke, it was an open call for communes, but many communes chose not to apply, and were asking communes, and the report was very poor. So in my opinion, it should be compulsory to participate. These days, communes are operators at the program and should take part in the program. My experience comes from this region, and unfortunately not all communes opted to participate. We have that clean air service desks in this region, and that is enforced by the program. Otherwise, not many communes would decide to move ahead with servicing the program. So this compulsory nature, okay, but I see that Sebastian wanted to add to that and join this debate. So how about the procedures, complicated process and audits, right? So there is one thing about the audits. Some time ago, we recommended to the National Fund for Environmental Protection to start training auditors in Poland. The market of auditors in Poland is not very well developed. This is this bottleneck. And perhaps this issue of quality of audits could be addressed. Well, we could have a separate panel devoted to the quality of audit, because it was my role to revise and verify audit in the national program. So I know exactly what we're talking about. In my opinion, Director was right when she mentioned these issues like the floor space of a building, etc. So the question is about the importance of these details from the point of view of the thermal modernization. So we need to talk about the thickness, etc. But audit measures the floor space, etc. And unfortunately, that is assessed and it takes time. So simplification, well, streamlining of that auditing procedure would reduce the unnecessary burden of details. And then I fully subscribe to this concept of one-stop shops in communes, which would offer like a full scope, all-encompassing service to beneficiaries. Well, the Stop Smog concept desk, that was the idea that the communes may employ and train people that would be responsible for these topics. Now, my question goes to Stanisław Myjak from the commune of Zabierzów. Well, I'm a head of a welfare center in Zabierzów, and I'm very much concerned by the fact that in spite of so many years of experience in the program, this program available to very poor people, people with low income because of its structure. So we need some changes in local governments, etc. We need to remove the barriers, like this energy performance audit, a proposal of the smoke alarm that it's offered to every client in a form of a bond. And then if it fails, well, low-income families, low-income residents need support from the local government. Well, some of these costs may be reimbursed by the audit, does not guarantee that the application is filed and does not guarantee that the application is not rejected. Then there are more issues. But as I said, this program is still not accessible to low-income residents. So it is your opinion that audits are the barrier impeding access to this cleaner program? Well, we've analyzed that topic in communes, and it turns out that people of low income cannot afford this audit, and also these people are aware that when the auditor arrives and shows them the extent of investment that they need to put in to participate, they won't be able to invest that money, to have that level of investment, and they feel discouraged. More recommendations, like off the cuff, what would you think would be a great recommendation from the welfare center point of view? I can see two things. Well, this energy performance audit and the VAT. So this need to cover the VAT from own funds of participants. So this is what we are signaled by our low-income clients. Thank you. And last but not least, Paweł Ścigalski, who represents Kraków. Kraków has walked this long path to clean air. I fully agree with other panelists. Well, I think that the biggest mistake had been made at the very beginning, where there was some communes engaged in this Kafka project. Then the project where the concept was centralized by the National Fund for Environmental Protection. And it was obvious that they won't be able to manage it, to handle it, because of the number of applications and beneficiaries. There was no way that the institution that was distributing funds among institutions could handle that successfully. And actually, what happened later on demonstrated that communes had to be engaged. So we have more and an increasing chain of intermediaries. We have that fund for environmental protection, operators, communes. So actually, a big city may manage it, but smaller communes, well, they struggle, because if they employ one person, two persons, or perhaps three persons who do everything, who have to cover waste and boiler replacement and clean air and environmental protection. So I'm hardly surprised that communes don't want to be engaged because they do not have the capacities. Then you get the European funds that prohibit from merging these stages, adding these stages together. So what we hear is that if that stream of funding would go directly from the central level to communes, and these communes could set up these programs from the local level, well, I believe the success would be more instantaneous. And then we had some interruptions in the program. We also heard about some frauds in the program. Apparently, that has been managed, that has been handled. But as you said, well, audits and the VAT, well, these are real concerns. So in 2023, we had about 400 and later on 360 applications like that. Well, it shows that the interest is very low. There is this payment backlog. Well, not everyone would be interested, especially low-income residents. For them, any investment comes with a very serious concern about paying the VAT, about paying the advancement towards these costs. So what we need, well, we need removal of bottlenecks, we need streamlining, we need to speed up the processing because of payment backlogs on the part of central funds.
We were talking about pain points of this new edition of the program. Interestingly, many of recommendations you have given are actually, well, the same recommendations that we see when we carry out various surveys among people who are the closest to the beneficiaries. I hope the Clean Air program will be improved and the numbers, which are now very low, will go up significantly. Now, I wanted to move on to discuss a different topic. Despite all the difficulties, you as representatives of local authorities have been very determined for years, and you've been active for years, and we can see the results. So now, what is one of the goals of Clean Air program? Namely, combating energy poverty, and the scale of energy poverty in Poland is between 15 and 30%. So let's have a conversation about you as territorial governments. What do you do to combat that? Kinga, could you be the first speaker in this round? So the Marshal's Office of the Małopolska region that is obliged to implement the Voivodeship program for air protection, what does it do to combat energy poverty? Thank you, Andrzej, for this question. Well, I could tell you so many stories, because if I wanted to sum up and talk about conclusions of the LIFE program, we wouldn't have enough time. So let me focus on analysis on energy poverty. We did a similar analysis in 2022. It was part in an air protection program. So all municipalities and communes in our voivodeship had to handle this program. We had some guidelines. There is no single definition of energy poverty. And we carried out a certain analysis, and our numbers that we received were like 13% of households in the Małopolska region which are affected by energy poverty. But if we look at the map with the data, there are communes or municipalities where it might be at the level of 50%. So the smaller a commune and the smaller number of inhabitants, which means that there are usually lower incomes and lower energy efficiency, and usually it means that the scale of poverty is higher. We know that it is a significant problem, so for many years we've been carrying out operations but by eco-advisors, but maybe that's not the most important part now. But this year the Voivodeship local government allocated 5 million to combat energy poverty. The money is directed to replace sources of heating and modernization of COCW installations. We signed contracts with 50 communes till mid-January. They are going to settle for that, to account for that, and every commune could have 100,000, accept their rules of allocating this money for replacing installations and furnaces. So that's what we've done recently. Tomasz, over to you. What about Skawina in this context? There was Stop Smog program for the poorest, and you were in the avant-garde. I guess you were the first municipality that joined this program in Poland. So how efficient are you in addressing energy poverty problem? How to encourage the poorest people, to encourage them for thermal insulation or replacement of the furnace or smokers? Well, I don't know whether we are the first, but we were among the first municipalities. We used Stop Smog, and many households with low income in our municipality received financial support there. And there was thermal insulation, replacement of the sources of heat there. How to do that? How to go about that? That's a very pertinent question. There was a nice phrase, one-stop shop. We call it a shop with subsidies. That's how we call it in our municipalities. So we go to this shop, small or big, let's say it's quite small in our case. And the shop assistant will do whatever they can to sell goods to us, because that's clear income to them. So we followed this philosophy. If there is an inhabitant coming to us and they are saying, oh, perhaps I would replace my smoker, we have to do whatever we can to sell the product. So from this marketing and commercial point of view, but we were trying to do whatever we can to convince our residents that it makes sense to replace the smoker. It will pay off. And there was also the space for conversation, how to do that, how to support them, how to not leave them alone. That's the beginning of the road. When we started doing that, quite fast, it turned out that many people find it insufficient. So this basic help in filling in the application is not sufficient. So you have to do so many things for them. I think some of you know this joke from our commune when a lady arrived at our city council with a bag full of money. So poverty is not about a lack of money only. It is also poverty collected with lack of capability, how to maneuver, how to move around in the current world. There are also disabilities, there are many things. And in Stop Smog, we were quite successful. I know it is not easy, but I think it is the right direction. And it is connected, well, so we can do so many things for energy poverty. It is the shift of this burden on municipality. So we take up this responsibility. So we start with the conversation. What is your situation? What do you need? Then there is an audit, selecting contractors, and then financial settlements. All these things were happening in the municipality, like outside of the resident. So the resident, the citizen, their role, well, of course, we had conversations with them. We improved their awareness. We increased their awareness. They made certain decisions, and there was their own contribution financially, but sometimes there were non-financial situations. So, for example, they had to work a bit for the benefit of municipality in various scopes, some simple tasks or more complex tasks, more complex work, like manual labor, sometimes several hours for the benefit of the municipal office. So when we are talking about people who are poor, we have to take this burden of processing these things on us. If they are poor, they can't handle that alone. And let me emphasize one more thing, how to reach these people. That's very important. It is not like if we send a message via social media, or if there is an announcement in the press or on TV, they will not crowd our places. They will not come in big numbers. No, you have to go to the field. Because there were, for example, inspections. We went for inspections, but not to punish anyone, but to encourage someone to participate in the program, involving activists, social activists, parish priests, councillors. And what is so valuable is the center of social assistance. Well, because they know the local environment, they know the situation. I know I have to be brief. Yes, I'm looking at my watch because I was told to be very disciplined. We need to have some space for Q&A because there might be some questions from the room, and I do promise there will be time for that. Staszek, a question to you, because I was inspired by our conversation some time ago, because you said the clean air program does not reach everyone, and you want to make sure that also people who are excluded and poor can be covered by this program. So you decided to open your own program, like shielding program, as you call it. You reach difficult beneficiaries through this program, and then you sign a social contract. You help them to replace the source of heating, to replace the installation. How do you do that in Zabierzów? What does it mean, social contract? Yes, since 2019, every year we have this shielding program in our municipality. That's how we call it, because the legal foundation for this program is the Act on Social Welfare, and there is a stipulation that it's possible to come up with shielding programs by the municipality, and the addressees, the recipients, are specific groups of our residents, and we are doing that to solve specific problems. So, what was our source of inspiration? In 2019, we heard a lot of information from our residents that there is a need for intervention. They notified us about specific locations where there are like big pollutants or severe pollutants, and we analyzed these notifications, or like informal tips, depending. And there was this clean air program back then, but we could see that the majority of these notifications or tips pertain to people that we know from welfare institutions. Even though there was this clean air program in place, which was not addressed to low-income people, we could see that these pollutants have no chance because we need to look for new solutions for this specific group, people needing social welfare and some support. So we decided to finance replacement of the source of heating for these people, for this specific group, so from a smoker to ecological furnace. Till last year it was gas, based on gas, replacement of the heat source. Sometimes radiators were replaced as well. Every time installation was replaced, and there was like thermostatic valves. So it is an annual program. It is easy to adjust, to amend. There will be changes in the clean air program. So there will be another change, another modification of our individual program or our shielding program. We'll try to handle problems with access to clean air program. We will check whether there is a possibility to finance energy audit from the coffers of the municipality. And there are other barriers to overcome, so we'll try to do that. Thank you. Sebastian, you've decided to handle energy poverty by building buildings, or like welfare buildings or social buildings for people looking for cheap accommodation. The first building is erected, another one is under construction. Both were completed. There are two buildings. One has already inhabitants, the other one is in the process of certification. So it was our approach because, well, we've identified certain problems. Potential inhabitants of these buildings are people who usually do not pay for amenities because they don't have money for that. It was the first problem. Another problem was connected with exploitation or like using these flats by inhabitants. So they usually need public housing. And my mayor was talking to me and was asking me to focus on the energy-related things for these buildings. How to handle that, how to address that. And we came up with an idea that will involve the third party while building these two buildings. It will be erected in the passive technology, meaning that this building requires as little energy as possible. Buildings were erected in the formula design and build. So the potential contractors since the beginning of the project had to design it, and then the third party, the Institute of Passive Construction, certified that. The third party certified that. So we had additional support. How did we handle? So it was this energy part. What about vandalism or inappropriate usage of these flats, or disappearing radiators and things like that? We used an innovative technology. There are no radiators there. Like infrared heating paint and a simple controller. And on the roof, there is 48 kilowatt peaks of photovoltaic installation. This installation, PV installation, is divided into parts. Every one of 40 inhabitants has their part of installation, like 15 kilowatt in peak. It will lower the electrical energy costs that they will need to heat their flats. This installation will not be destroyed. You may use like nuts and bolts. You may try to do whatever. It's like idiot-proof or vandal-proof, actually. There are 2 meters per building for electricity and for cold water. And they signed agreements, and they have to pay for that. We asked the city. Yes, we took a shortcut, actually. So these are our safeguards, because yes, we know these residents might not be willing to pay for amenities. There are residents in one building. We'll see how it will go, how they will behave. The other one is in the process of certification yet. So quite soon, after acceptance, there will be residents moving in. Certification is very helpful because the contractor, the construction company, learned so much while building that. Because if you have passive building, you have to be very mindful of all the details. And it was necessitated by the certification, like air tightness tests, no heat bridges. Yes, they had to improve a lot in the first building, and the second building was built in a much more effective way. Not that much improvement was necessary. Highly inspiring, very interesting, actually. Paweł, perhaps you could contribute, telling us something about Kraków, the first city with anti-smog resolution, but it wouldn't have happened if there were no programs supporting people who cannot afford to replace the furnace. So what about the Kraków approach to this problem?
Well, I think that program was the key program. That was the local shielding program. We've been running for more than 10 years, which is a very strong supporting leg to the people with lowest income, those who replace their furnaces, well, the boilers with new types of boilers. They've received some subsidies, and I remember there's debates about concerns about costs for the city of this approach. And from looking back, it turns out that the cost was not as high as we expected. In 2019, when the anti-smog resolution was introduced for Kraków, we spoke about 4 million zloty. That was the highest cost, and then partially with time, some people were not eligible for the program, and at this point it's about 500,000 zloty, so 500,000 zloty. Actually, this program was like the flag program in the avant-garde of the program, and many communes wanted to follow our model. On the one hand, we helped people with low income. On the other hand, we developed a model that would reduce the cost over time. Thank you. Now, a bit of advertising, a bit of PR, but we're not done yet. Ladies and gentlemen, the good practices, these good practices are described in the textbook. Good practices for anti-smog campaigns or anti-smog activities. So we have this textbook, these guidelines, so great cases. I've read about all the experiences, the cases from a number of cities and communes in Poland. This is a great source of inspiration for us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the time for comments, for questions from the floor. Anyone willing to share their observations, their reflections with you, to reflect on what we've discussed?
Dzień dobry.
Well, hello. I come from the city of Gorlice. I'm an eco consultant. Well, they usually ask me, anyone has a question except for Camila? So I'm a question asker. I must say that I'm personally quite concerned about the fact that communes are now burdened with the program that was created without our participation. In our commune, we have 2 people. And I'm the one responsible for clean air, and I am employed for the project which cannot be delivered. I devoted a lot of my time. Well, we have that expert on the air quality. And what is the problem about this air quality program? Well, I think it's great that we have audits. Audits are not an issue. Well, the problem is that our contractors no longer trust the program. They don't want to sign contracts because they wait a year to be paid. And people with low income stop signing contracts because they won't be able to pay. So payment backlog. Well, one-stop shop. Well, this is a thing that I've been doing forever. You do not need to have a consulting desk or an advisory desk to take the person by the hand and lead the person through the whole procedure. But we knew that we would be paid, and I heard about the protest, and I know that Warsaw is getting ready to oppose the new concept, and there are huge cuts of costs that are reimbursed. And I know that if someone has been allocated up to 40,000 zloty for replacement of wooden joinery, and it's a replacement of joinery in windows and door, and they had to have extra brick and mortar work to have these windows properly installed. And this person receives 8,000 out of 40,000 reimbursement promised, and these people have to shoulder all these extra costs, and then I have to write appeals and appeals to appeals and multi-page letters of complaints. We have 9 pages of the program, and I've been writing that for the 2nd month in a row. Thank you very much for this contribution. This is a very important contribution, and unfortunately, I must agree that the new opening of this clean air program introduced distrust in the program among its users. Thank you very much for your comments, and we'll forward these comments to the program managers. Another contribution from the floor. We're still good in time. I come from the Mazovian region. That's exactly what we mean. It is about appreciating the time of our experts. We have our eco-consultants, we have our experts, and they waste their time poring over documents that should not be the responsibility of municipalities. clean air was a program focused on boilers and furnaces. But this is no longer about replacing boilers. It's about thermo-modernizing buildings. The question is now, who should be helping the local community? It would be difficult to expect that the National Fund for Environmental Protection knows what is happening at the ground level, at the root level. So I believe that these decisions should be made in municipalities, in communes, only when these municipalities have sufficient personnel and financing for that. Thank you. Any more comments? Any more questions from the floor? Anyone? Guido. Big round of applause. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Guido. Guido, he's been working for many years for DG Environment, for the European Commission, and he's been the driving force here.
Thank you, Andre. Well, from the European perspective, perhaps a bit of a critical comment. It's very nice to discuss this. I heard very interesting ideas about the problems, about possible solutions. But you know, perhaps that now the discussion at European level is ongoing for the multi-financial framework for 2028-2034. So the discussions are starting now, are ongoing now. There's a proposal from the Commission, and there's a whole discussion about how to rearrange the funding program in the future, including the regional funds, the agriculture funds, etc. Now I wonder, do you have a strategy, instead of talking and complaining among each other? I'm a bit critical now, but I tease you now, so I'm very happy with all your efforts. But how to funnel all your comments, all your experiences, for example, to DG Regio, to the European level, where the decisions in the end are also made for the operational programs, because operational programs will be very important in the future. How do you plan to use your experiences and your learning curves to modify, to improve the European funding, how to make Europe aware of your lessons, because these lessons could also be very useful for other countries in Eastern Europe, like the Małopolska project was a very fair project, a light tower project for the whole region. How can your lessons then be transferred to the European level to benefit Poland and also the others?
No to jest bardzo słuszne pytanie, które zadał Guido tutaj o tym.
So this is a very reasonable question that Guido has put forward. So it's about using our experience for the programming perspective in the upcoming financing and budgetary perspective, because this is an ongoing debate. A smog alert, we're going to participate in the process. There is no doubt about it. So perhaps you would like to share with us how are you going to share your experiences at the national and European level so that the next perspective is more suited to your needs, as we discussed. Well, before I answer that, let me refer to the comments from the floor. Thank you very much for the second contribution. That's exactly what I meant. What the debate that we have, this is a debate which presents just the gist of our issues. So at the communal level, in communes, we're closer to our residents, and communes have similar issues, but sometimes these issues are not identical. All of us would quote cases similar to the cases mentioned here from your areas, but we need support from the head of the local commune, from the local government. We need support from local councillors. I know that this is something which sometimes is lacking, but fear not, the money coming from the regional or central level to a program like that, service the program, to operate the program, this is a very different kettle of fish. So me and Andrzej, we've been explaining that we have that financing to cover operators. And we were explaining that that was necessary. We needed to implement these programs through competent people who can support the local community. So we all started with these eco-consultants. If it wasn't for that, this region, our region of Kraków, would be in a very different stage altogether. We're all open to debate, to the option and opportunity to cascading our lessons learned. And the rule is the closer we get to municipalities, the communes, the more efficient, the faster things work. When it comes to formal sharing our experiences, well, I think that the smoke alarm is the best partner for when it comes to collecting cases, collecting information, and then referring it to the European level. Thank you, Pavel. Well, unfortunately, we were expecting the program to gain impetus, but unfortunately, we can see things happening on the contrary. The number of applications is going down. So we're engaged in contacts with NGOs, and we must enforce compatibility of this program with the local and regional facts and situations. It is my opinion that it's high time that we acted, that the government offered some specific proposals here. Right, so it's 1:14, so we're closing this panel. A big round of applause to our great panelists. Thank you very much for taking part in this panel and for all you do in your communes at the regional level. Thank you.
Drodzy Państwo, myślę, że nie będę
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hear so much more, but still, it's been a very inspiring debate. I hope you're also inspired, intrigued. It is very interesting to hear all these opinions. On the other hand, we can come to certain conclusions. So on the one hand, we have to combat air pollution, but we need to combat energy poverty as well, because only if we support the most vulnerable, we'll reach this level of replacement of ineffective heating sources without growing social injustice to such an extent that we are satisfied with that. Many thanks to our panelists and our moderator. And now we are beginning another discussion panel. In the third session, we are going to talk about implementation of anti-smog resolutions, from regulations to inspections, how to be efficient in implementation of anti-smog resolutions in municipalities. And the moderator will be Anna Dworakowska. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon. I think my task is a bit difficult because it is the last discussion panel today, so I hope your energy levels are sufficient and you are concentrated enough to listen to our debate, because the subject matter is very important. And well, even though it is very important, it may not be the among mayors, authorities, because it is about anti-smog resolutions, it is about inspections. So I would say that, well, we were talking about three topics. Number one, education, information campaign. So every municipality is undertaking some activities, more or less successfully. Finances, secondly, obviously it is nice to allocate money, cool. And thirdly, when it comes to inspections, controlling things, we are slowing down. Maybe the next team, maybe the next mayor will do something. And that's how it goes. It's been always like that. Obviously, there are some exceptions of brave communes and municipalities that do it well. So I do hope this discussion will be interesting and inspiring for all of you. And now I'd like to invite our speakers. So Tomasz Pietrusiak, Deputy Director of the Department for Environmental Protection of the Marshal's Office, and the Commander Adam Madera, the Commander of the Municipality Guard from Lyski, Grzegorz Horwacik, Head of the Department for Environmental Protection at the Municipality of Skawina, Anna Iwaniec, Chief Specialist at the Department for CB Issues in the Department of Digital Services, and Miłosz Jakubowski, a lawyer from the Frank Bold Foundation. So, before we begin our discussion, let's start with the quiz. So, grab your mobile phone, scan the code. If you can't do it, you may enter slido.tom and enter the code that you can see. So, 5529367, and several questions. So now a big test on controls and inspections. Everyone can participate, or our panelists can have a look. In how many voivodeships do we have anti-smog resolutions? Eva has actually said that in the morning session. 10, 14, 16. Good. 87% of respondents are correct, so you've been listening. 14 voivodeships, only Podlaskie and Warmińsko-Mazurskie, do not have anti-smog resolutions yet. The Podlaskie voivodeship, there were some initial attempts and initial conversations around that. We have the Białostockie smog alert. I was born and raised in Białystok, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed for them. The next question, how many boilers below the 5th class operate in single-family housing, and they are the only source of heating? So below the 5th class and the only source of heating in single-family housing, according to Central Registry of Building Emissions, CEEB. You see the numbers and you can vote. Have you? And more than you think, 2.7 million is the answer. That's the number of installations. Damn. So we should reformulate this question actually. So a lot, too much. These are installations that will not fulfill the requirements of anti-smog resolution, or they do not meet it, so they are not compliant with it. Have you seen the last report of the Supreme Chamber of Control? They tested many municipalities from the smog resolutions, and it turned out that if the pace of replacing boilers, which was in the years 2018-2023, if the pace is maintained, and we can see it is very slow in the new edition, so the pace will not be maintained, then implementation of anti-smog resolution will take between 3 to 40 years. Between 3 and 40 years. So that's bad news. In how many municipalities there will be ban on burning coal in the perspective to 2030? 2. Kraków, Warsaw, around 20, around 100. And what are the answers? Surprise, surprise, around 100 municipalities. Do you know more or less what kind of municipalities or communes are those? Kraków, Warsaw have already implemented that. Regions, yes, Skawina, Oświęcim, Rzeszowice. So several municipalities in Małopolska. And outside of Małopolska? 69 communes and municipalities around Warsaw, a very big area around Warsaw. So since 2028, it will be not possible to burn coal. And spa towns in Lower Silesia and in total, and some places in the other parts of Poland. Okay, so the air has been improved in Poland, but is it good? Is air quality good? Can we be satisfied? Not really, even if we compare it with 2023 and 2024. Concentrations of PM10 increased by 7%. Maybe it was a single-time event because there was a severe winter. We'll see about that, but the improvement pace has slowed down. There is another big challenge because in 2030 there will be the new air directive and new standards. And PM 2.5 standard will go down by 50% from 20 micrograms per year to 10. And if you look at the situation currently, which areas fulfill this new norm for PM 2.5, VISA European Clean Air Center analysis. There is Dominica representing this organization, so we can see that as of today, the majority of the territory of Poland does not comply with this new norm. 36 million people live in the areas which do not comply with the new norm yet. What will happen if we implement anti-smog resolutions, if we get rid of 2.7 million devices which do not meet anti-smog regulations norms? Poland would look like that. And 30 million people, almost 30 million people, would live in the area where these new stricter norms would be met. So that's the goal worth fighting for. And it is enough to implement anti-smog resolutions. But that's not that easy. That's quite ambitious, actually, because you can have a look at the Małopolska region. We have analyzed implementation of anti-smog resolutions in 3 regions: Małopolska, Silesia, or Silesian Voivodeship, and the Mazovian Voivodeship. We are in Małopolska, so let us focus on the Małopolska region. 3 slides with the data, which show what we are up against. What kind of resistance are we facing? We have carried out 25,000 of inspections in 2024. In the Małopolska region, only 7% of inspections found out non-compliance with anti-smog resolution. Let me ask a question. How is that possible if we have several thousand or more, like 100,000 of boilers that do not meet these stipulations? So we can see more of it. So why only 7% of controls and inspections found out that there is a problem there? There is some problem here, some gap. If it is about burning waste, 3%. It is more difficult. You have to be very fast. You have to catch someone red-handed. But other data is even worse, I would say, because you can have a closer look. 3% of inspections, we caught someone red-handed, burning, incinerating waste. What happens next? Only 40% of cases see that there was a fine, financial fine. 54%, there is information that they are not supposed to do that, or no reaction at all. So why to carry out an inspection if you just tell people there is no reaction? And for anti-smog resolutions and stipulations, if we found out that there is illegal furnace, 10% fine, 70% just information you are not supposed to do that, and 20% no reaction at all. All right then. So let us move on to the discussion with our panelists.
Pierwsze moje pytanie jest...
So my first question goes to Mr. Pietrusiak. Could you please comment on these results? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. When it comes to the competences of the region, we implement regulations and we're obliged to operate on the basis of these regulations, and we're obliged to introduce some reparatory actions in local government. And then we also list tasks and responsibilities for communes, for local governments. So we have a long list of tasks. But owing to the funds from the LIFE project, we organized training and control measures and assessed control measures for municipal policia, the policemen. So Miłosz Jakubowski, who is with us on this panel, we had this consortium that was working out the legal parameters on the rules of controlling, on accepting the documents, on writing authorizations. We've also set out a separate fund for adding additional control forces on the part of communes. But otherwise, we are helpless because here our competences end. We have the regional inspector for environmental protection responsible for competences, for enforcing these air quality measures, and that's the point of the whole thing. But from your point of view, what would be the reason behind so few fines, and why are these inspections so ineffective? Communes know exactly where these smokers are located. So what's the reason for it? Well, one argument would be lack of awareness among people at power. So for example, in one commune, the head of the commune was for setting up this local militia, and the councillors voted against it. And the typical argument would be, I'll lose my votes in the next elections. And then we have an opposite example. Well, the head of the commune, he initiated these local militia in year one, and then he got this feedback from the local community. So safety in the commune was higher because it was also checked for illegal waste dumping in forests, for illegal wastewater, for illegal toxic waste burning. So this local member of the local militia who takes care of the security in commune prevents any secondary costs. So let me give an example. In my commune, I was trying to convince the previous head of the commune to control septic tanks, because without controlling septic tanks, we have that coli bacteria, a pandemic in kindergartens, and their parents have to go on medical leave, and the sewage gets to groundwater, and the municipal budget has to cover the cost of fighting that condition. And the same goes for furnaces, for boilers. People now want to have clean air, so you won't get any newcomers. People don't want to live in a polluted area. And nowadays, there is this very high awareness in this region about clean air. So when people want to move from one location to another, they consider seriously the air quality. So it's about tax proceeds as well. You lose your budgetary income, well, and also fines. They feed into the local budget. So who is that head of municipality, of commune, so happy with creating that local militia? Well, we could use him to promote the solution. Now, we have the town of Skawina. Grzegorz, what is your approach? We heard that Skawina is doing a lot when it comes to financing, when it comes to supporting your local residents. What is your approach to control? Is it this very unpleasant job and responsibility, or perhaps you use it as a mechanism of influencing the local community? Well, good afternoon. For us, first and foremost, when inspecting locally, we can meet our clients. Well, we have that common educational campaigns, and we check building registers. We shortlist buildings of interest for us. We check for our history of inspections. And then if we deal with a client who's never applied for subsidies, for co-financing, we don't start with fines. First, we offer the option of applying for all these participation, co-financing, etc. But then if we come for the second, third, and extra time, and we don't see any remedial actions taken, then we fine them. So we have this combined inspection effort. We have a member of the local municipal police, uniformed, visiting our clients hand in hand with people from the municipality. So this is how we do the outreach. So you first you start nice, and then you take the more rigid approach. Absolutely. So we are in touch with the municipal police. So if they do any interventions outside our working hours, they have a list of these inspections. We have access to their post-inspection conclusions and recommendations. And also we have access to the data from the municipal police. So even if we have all these changes, new people come, we know exactly what happened 5 years ago, that this and this person was reprimanded or fined, or perhaps was fully informed, and then we can find that person. We have no remorses about that. So now, before we move on to discussing the details, we're happy to see the head, the commander of the municipal, well, intermunicipal police in commune called Whiskey, and there are 2 other communes engaged. So you've been operating like that for a few years' time. So that intra-communal municipal police is quite efficient. So could you please explain the concept? How did you come about arranging this joint tri-party uniform police initiative? Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. First, let me refer to what other panelists said. Well, I fully agree that control is not the highest level of trust, as Dzierżyński once pointedly put it. So this is an unpleasant activity of the officer, of the clerk, municipal clerk, and the user of the boiler who is inspected. Now about the initiative. So 3 heads of villages met and came to the agreement that perhaps not all communes could afford to have that communal police or municipal police, but perhaps for the sake of cost efficiencies, we have some members of that municipal police who are financed by three communes. So we agreed that we would be supporting every single intervention, no matter which municipality is engaged. And this way, we can see an increased trust in our municipal police members. The local community members can see that we are there to help, that we're efficient, that we're effective, that we come to inspect, that we care for law and good order locally. And rural communes have this great advantage that the municipal police does not need to engage in parking arrangements. So basically, it's not like in big cities. Sometimes we simply try and overlook certain aspects, but basically we do not handle parking issues because there are very few. So typically, these would be like a minor issue when taking the overall picture. But what we struggle with is smoke-related issue, and then that clean air concern. Plus, we have wastewater, sewer issues. Sometimes we can see like sewage or wastewater leaking to the underground water. So we focus on the environmental protection related issues. Okay, so I have the following question. You mentioned that these are rural communes. Very often we hear that what is the main obstacle in Europe activity is lack of anonymity, that you control your families, you control your friends and colleagues. So do you perform like cross inspections? Well, I can see your point. It does happen that if we are to inspect our neighbors, we usually ask for replacement, ask a colleague from a different commune. But personally, I live outside that commune, so I'm basically all for it, and I do not avoid participating in inspections, in particular when they are interesting. Sometimes we come across a very interesting case. I've seen lots of interesting cases. You mentioned energy poverty, and I have my private segmentation of that energy poverty. So there are some who do not see the point of replacing their boilers because they believe they are too old, they do not have any successors, they do not have heirs, they would be selling their house, it's a waste of money, so they do not apply to the program. Then, and the second segment, well, these clients perhaps would replace the boilers, but they do not have the funds. They live on very small pension or invalidity benefit. Then we have group three, people who do not have any central heating systems, and so there is nothing to replace. So they heat with their cooking stove, and some who have no furnaces, no boilers at all. They keep a little dog, and they simply sleep with their dog in the winter time, and this is how they live through the winter time. I'm not talking about the homeless or people who live in shacks, who live in very poor conditions. I've seen that too.
I'm sure there will be many questions about how your institution functions, how this municipal police or guards function. But now let me ask some questions to Anna Iwaniec from CEEB, because CEEB is a perfect tool which should support inspections. It should, because we know that there are many remarks from municipalities about how you function. But do you think you can be like institutional memory that Grzegorz has mentioned? Can it help municipalities in running inspections, central registry of buildings emissions? Good afternoon. In a nutshell, even in your introduction, we could hear that for CEEB, to be able to help, you have to ask for help, you have to reach out for help. So, as you have said, the fact that there are many expectations, we and the state and everyone is expecting from CEEB to develop, well, that's one thing, but on the other hand, there is plenty of data. As Grzegorz from Skawina was saying, and as the previous gentleman, Tomasz, was talking to us, well, and there is also this reporting module. We've been developing that, you know that, because we are very much involved in working with that, Rybnik, Skawina, Warszawa, Warsaw, Gdynia. So we are working all the time on improving these tools, because these tools are for you, for local governments. And you also know that we've had a period of subsidies for coal, and somehow it multiplied the number of sources. Yes, everyone had a coal-fired boiler suddenly, overnight. Everyone had a coal-fired furnace because they could receive a subsidy for that. So the reports no longer mirrored the reality or reflected the reality. And out of the initiative of Andrzej and the alert, the reports were redesigned on the basis of the data from declarations, and methodology was changed from this perspective so that we don't look at the owner. If there is a number of declarations for a given address, we look at the newest one, and that's why we have CEEB. That's one thing. Then taking stock. That is necessary when you do environmental inspection, when we do inspections of different sources, and we are updating the data. Even yesterday, we are continuing these meetings. There is a team of people working on the new report, bringing together the newest data so that we have the state-of-the-art or current data from the newest document, because all these declarations that I referred to previously were submitted a long time ago now. Citizens submit declarations only if there is an update necessary, so the data is becoming the historical data. So taking stock is absolutely necessary. It is to update it. So CEEB can help you if it is used. All right, because it may seem natural that if we are going for an inspection, first we check what is in CEEB under this address. If there is a heat pump or gas, maybe we don't need to carry out an inspection over there. Not at first. Our coordinators in Silesia, Emil Magalewski and Jagusz Piechoczek, carried out an analysis of one of Silesian municipalities of how inspections are organized, where they are carried out. It turns out that half of inspections were carried out in buildings that had no boilers like that, like solid fuel-fired boilers. Simply, inspectors did not check it in CEEB beforehand, because we know that obviously there might be a gap between the data in CEEB and reality, but still. But you have the answer to the question that you've shown on the slide. Why no irregularities were found during inspections, or only in 7%? So inspections like that makes no sense in a way. So CEEB maybe one of supporting tools in running our inspections. But now I'd like to ask a question to Miłosz from Frank Bolt's Foundation about the different tool. It is a textbook for municipalities and communes informing how to organize an inspection. It is prepared by the Frank Bolt Foundation together with the Fuel and Energy Institute at the cooperating with the ministry. So we have also a representative of the ministry, so you can talk to Piotr. Miłosz, a question to you. Could you tell us why and who needs the textbook? How can it help us, and whom, and so on? Thank you very much for this question. Yes, we have prepared a textbook or a manual. I think it was passed on to municipalities and communes. Yes, it is on the website. It was a huge challenge to draw it up, actually, and to prepare it, because on the one hand, we wanted to include a lot of important information and not to overload the contents. And still, it is like 150 pages of the text, and there are templates of documents, another dozen or a few dozens of pages. So the textbook was supposed to help to make different practices more uniform, because there are plenty of differences. The biggest group of recipients are officials and municipalities, and communes, especially the ones at the beginning of their journey with inspections. I hope people with more experience will find it useful as well. It was a challenge because we had to focus on, I'm talking about the legal part, because let me say that in this manual or textbook there is a lot of information about more practical technical issues, and it was the Fuel and Energy Technology Institute in Zabrze. They were responsible for this technological part. It was easier because boilers look the same throughout Poland. As for legal issues, we have big differences resulting from anti-smog resolutions or other programs in Poland. We didn't want to focus on differences. We wanted to come up with the content which will be useful in all the voivodeships, all the communes and municipalities in Poland. So this manual passes on basic information, how to organize an inspection. There are some recommendations, and I hope what is very valuable are templates of documents, especially a template or a proposal of a procedure for inspection that the municipalities might adopt by the decision of the head of the commune or municipality. In this procedure, there are some guidelines and tips how to prepare an annual plan for inspections. So have a look at this manual. I hope you will find it useful. And let me say in advance that obviously it cannot answer all the questions, because it does not pertain to like interpretation of individual laws or air protection plans in a given voivodeship. And some issues were difficult because we simply have lack of clarity in terms of legal regulations, sometimes difficulties with the interpretation. And if we look at the case law, it is still limited, and usually comments on the case law are also very small. So on the basis of our experience, on the basis of our legal knowledge, we had to come up with certain interpretation of problematic regulations. Let me say that the very key issue, like a definition of usage of the installation, still, well, there are many doubts around it. Many thanks. So I'd like to encourage you on behalf of authors and the ministry to grab the manual, have a look, lots of useful knowledge. I think that for those who are beginning with the inspections and those who are practitioners, who've been more experienced. So one more tool that might be helpful in Małopolska at least. I'm thinking now about the financial program, which was launched by the Marshal's office in the Małopolska region. And this, it was about co-financing for organizing municipal inter-municipal guards or police. But also there was money for equipment. So Tomasz, could you tell us more? Was there a lot of interest in the program? Do you have any feedback and feedback information from municipalities? Did it make sense? I'm quite curious, because I guess you were the only ones who used EU funds in such a way to support activities like that. Definitely, it is not a popular activity among marshals' offices. Let me tell you a bit about the origins of such ideas, because we met with many people in many communes. We're trying to listen to their problems and challenges. And very often, well, there was a recurring topic. There is no support, there is no efficient inspection, a lack of money, we cannot set up municipal guards. The problem is, as the commander has said, there are difficulties to carry out inspections in your own locality, in your own town or rural area. So our idea was to find funds from the next financial perspective to come up with the new guards, municipal guards teams, and new FTEs supporting municipal offices in this process of inspections. There were also opinions that it is absolutely necessary to add devices for sampling, the right sampling, packing, sending to the lab, costs of analysis or expertise for the needs of like court proceedings, because it might happen after the inspection. And what was very down to earth, like transportation modes for inspectors, transportation means of vehicles. It was possible to buy a low emission or zero emission vehicle, or electrical vehicles or hydrogen vehicles, because as a matter of fact, it was a big barrier, because they had no vehicles to move around, and in rural areas, it is really a challenge. We're trying to use all the possibilities allowed for the legal environment, so we talked to heads of communes and municipalities at the forum that thanks to buying a vehicle like that, you feel this obligation that you have a certain percentage of zero-emission fleet. They were not very happy about that. Not too many were interested in that. So it wasn't easy, because in the pool of money for the Małopolskie Voivodeship, while planning the next perspective, there is something as bank of projects submitted by all potential beneficiaries. So all institutions, universities, companies, inhabitants, NGOs come up with an idea which might be worthwhile to support development of the Małopolska region. So we have to fight for the money to convince the board. So congratulations on your success. Yes, and that's the first step. We are successful. There are representatives of the Department of the EU funds that fought hard for that. We needed to convince the European Commission. It is good that Guido asked what he can do, or what can be used as a good practice at the level of the European Commission. And after difficult negotiations, the European Commission agreed to that. Because what did we say? We need support in implementation of air protection laws, and there is a deadline for replacing heating boilers, and the European Commission agreed. And the next question, whether it was bought by local governments, and the first round was like 24 million zloty. It was possible to finance for every commune or municipality the budget of 600,000, with the possibility to buy a vehicle, a drone, rent out the drone, train people, to have another FTE, so another person employed, with encouragement to set up municipal guards or municipal police, because then it is easier to cooperate between municipalities, the bigger coverage for the entire region or voivodeship. So we were not very satisfied with the first call for proposals, because only 29 communes and municipalities approached us that they are interested in municipal guards. The allocation, the first call, covered only 16 million, so we didn't use the first allocation fully. And obviously, employees of the Department of Environment had so many tasks connected with air protection program. So we asked questions. What was the barrier to you? And the form had to be filled in by every municipality. Why didn't you participate in the first call? There were comments. Electoral campaign was a barrier, because new bosses at the stage of fighting for votes, they didn't want to declare that the municipal guard will be established. All right, there will be another occasion, another chance. Then another round happened. Our marshal said if the money was not consumed, there are so many needs to develop transportation, like we need to buy trains. It is another important task in our air protection program. So these are real-life problems that we've had. And there was another round, another call for proposals, and it is 15 million, only 11 municipalities and one inter-municipal guard. We were disappointed, but we were thinking, all right, let them move on, start doing things. And the Voivodeship Inspectorate always asks us, what about implementation of air program? We give back a report, what we've done and what the board of the Voivodeship has been doing. There is information which communes participated in that, which of them want to set up the guards, and at a certain point it will be checked. So now we are not satisfied from this round, from this call for proposal. We're hoping they would be fighting for the money. Now, a difficult conclusion. What should be done that heads of municipalities and communes and councillors are not afraid to start inspections, because it would help them to carry out transition and improve the comfort of lives of inhabitants. And the question is not answered yet. Maybe some of the speakers can answer this question. Anyone? Well, I've noticed that there is this problem. Several municipalities were very proud to say, oh, maybe we should set up inter-municipal police or guards. And then they have withdrawn from this idea. Why? The councils, which are to approve that, even if you talk to them informally, are not always very much willing to set up the guards, because they are afraid that the guards have other tasks as well. Maybe they will bother people, maybe they will bother inhabitants. Bothering how? But you may save kittens in the trees. What kind of bothering people do they have in mind? If you burn waste in your boiler, it is not bothering people, it is taking care of the environment, of our clean air. We must do that. We must take care of that. And thinking, well, that's this way of thinking of some authorities. Even some of them were saying it's kind of harassment against the local inhabitants. I can't understand their point of view. They were afraid that their image will be tarnished, that it will be ill perceived. It is a mistake. We should try and explain it to them. We should take care of ecological safety, because Voivodeship Inspectorate for Environmental Protection will not do it for us. We have to do it locally at the level of municipalities. And who is supposed to do that in the municipality? There is an adjacent commune or municipality, and there are two ladies. They want to carry out an inspection, and they were not allowed on the premises. They showed like a middle finger to them, and it turned out that there was an informal tip to the prosecutor's office. Nothing was done. No follow-up. Why? Why is that so? Someone gave an explanation. There was no adult person at home. They were thinking these were Jehovah's Witnesses, things like that. Some justifications, some excuses. So if there is a uniform, there are no excuses. There is a person in uniform, so no excuses like that. Miłosz and Grzegorz, you wanted to contribute. I guess my opinion will not be very popular, but we all know that there are municipalities and cities where activities to protect air are efficient. There is Kawina, Rybnik, many others, but not everywhere. There are municipalities that do nothing. It is due to political decisions made by heads of communes and municipalities and councillors. And as long as we don't have effective supervision on them, on implementation of their tasks, resulting from air protection program. In these municipalities, nothing will change. They will not be interested in inspections. They will not do them. They will not set up municipal guards because they will not see the need to do that. So unfortunately, what is missing is supervision, effective supervision over municipalities on that. And it should be done by the Voivodeship Inspectorate for Environmental Protection in Małopolska. Something is happening there. In many voivodeships, nothing is happening in this respect. All right, then, because you carry out inspections. All right, let me rephrase it, says the moderator. You are monitoring the condition of air protection, different voivodeships. So could you compare it, perhaps? Compare different regions and voivodeships? Yes. For a few years, there was like a surface level monitoring because we gathered reports, annual reports from implementation of this air protection program from 6 voivodeships in cooperation with the Polish smog alert. And we had information from municipalities. It is the data that municipalities report. We haven't even verified whether the data is credible or not. To what extent municipalities are truthful or not. And unfortunately, the conclusions were quite terrifying because, well, first of all, we can see a certain regularity in the voivodeships where air protection programs before the last wave of updating were weak. They had weak activities and not very ambitious goals. The implementation level was good because they didn't need to do much. And that's how they attained the goals. If the goals were more ambitious, there were many municipalities that did not implement the programs as they should. I remember one example from the Podkarpackie Voivodeship. It is close to my heart because I'm from Podkarpacie. It was in 2022. 6 municipalities out of 160 implemented over repairing tasks resulting from air protection programs. Several dozens didn't carry out the right number of inspections. It was very low. It was like 30 or 20 inspections per year. So several dozens of municipalities didn't do even the minimum number of inspections. And the problem is that no one drew any conclusions. There were no consequences, and inspections from the voivodeship inspectorates were fictitious, or there were almost none. You may have a look at the report on the last report from the Supreme Chamber of Control, and absurdity was as follows: that Voivodeship Inspectorate receives all the information annually. So if they did what we did, it is 1 day of work for a single person, and it may be done automatically, and they should see which municipalities do nothing, and the Voivodeship Inspectorate does nothing about that. And we, as an organization, sent notification to the Voivodeship Inspectorate. We received the feedback, all right then, we'll carry out some control activities in this municipality. But actually they don't do that, there are no consequences. So if this municipality is not part of the annual control plan, annual inspection plan, it is like a vicious circle. If you work in the municipality, you don't want to be controlled, but if a municipality sends a report, we haven't done anything, what about that? And the Voivodeship Inspectorate says nothing, we'll do nothing to you. Well, air quality will not improve in these municipalities if something does not change. So improving supervision on implementation of these tasks needs to be implemented.
Dziękuję bardzo. I jeszcze Grzegorz, ty chciałeś...
Great, thank you. And Grzegorz, you wanted to refer to this statement. Well, public institutions, if they want to be credible, if they want to be perceived as reliable, they must be consequent in what they claim, and they say, we offer that carrot, we offer that support, and then we fine, we penalize those who do not accept that carrot. So it's adequate. So this is how we operate towards our community. Then we have our tasks, then we have our responsibilities. So we should be held accountable as local governments, because there are ways and methods to deliver certain tasks. But if we do not reach out to have that carrot, there should be certain financial consequences, not on the people, on the personnel, but on the mayors and presidents. So let's say there is the painful financial penalty imposed on a municipality, even one commune or municipality here in the region of Małopolska. Perhaps all other communes would stop to reflect. So we need that carrot and stick approach. So actually cases when program is not delivered, when it's not much happening, well, that is to our disadvantage. Grzegorz, let me follow up on that. So let's say we have education and information, and we have that one-stop shop with subsidies, but still there are some units, some entities which say no, thank you. So we are aware that sometimes this carrot is rejected. It could be because of legal status, or because of certain impediments. So we have that innovative anti-smog action, which is called We Reconcile Family. So in other words, we force out a shutdown of a non-compliant boiler. So owners or co-owners are forced to shut down a boiler. Sometimes these are disputes, family disputes, like between two brothers or family members, that force us to initiate an administrative proceedings resultant in an enforceable decision. 20 to 30% of such proceedings are discontinued before a decision is issued, because the local residents are concerned about the procedures. And then once the decision about closing down the non-compliant boiler are made, then we proceed with administrative enforcement, with the execution of these decisions. Sometimes there could be the legal status of a boiler. So that is the bone of contention. So for example, let's say parents of the owner passed away, and the owner who was their heir, she was in a difficult life situation, and the inheritance proceedings was not closed. So that Article 6.33, called Reconciliation of Families, can be used and triggered as an instrument, which is quite effective in such difficult cases. Great, thank you. Finally, that's the final round of questions that I have. Let us look ahead. We know that the central records of emissions from buildings, that is necessary to carry out anti-smog actions at the commune level. We know that unfortunately the program has many drawbacks, some doubts, etc. We are also aware that quite substantial funding was raised by GUNB. Well, it hasn't been signed yet. Well, it hasn't been signed yet. That decision hasn't been signed yet. So we keep our fingers crossed. Right. So what can we expect CEE CEEB2 half. So 83 million, that's the fund over 3 years period. So this is a large partner project with NCBR, COBISA, PIT, so it's a large project. For 2 years now, we've been asking about the starting date. You know, it's been 2 years since this full central record-keeping center was launched. Well, so we didn't have the development that we all cared for, that we all expected. We didn't have the necessary financing. So whatever we could all together, we did, but we are aware that that was not the rate that we expected. So as you mentioned, we're almost at the last stretch, and everything is now at CWPC, and now we're very much looking forward to have that agreement on co-financing signed, and hopefully we'll start off in January. So apart from these new items added to the project, so transferring the central register of energy characteristics to CEBA, so that would be orders for energy and performance certificate, the module for new module for new emissions from the building, and new module for the energy transformation or transition map. But local governments are mostly interested in developing the existing functionalities and will be responsible for that in collaboration with PIT. So actually we've defined more than 100 developmental requirements, and they apply to all modules. So the modules of buildings and environmental inspection, very many requirements from this analytical module, so the tool that you want to use on a daily basis to create that local and central low emission policy. Well, so if we start off in January, we'll have that schedule. We're going to have a steering committee of the project that would be formally notifying about the milestones and about the stages, so the full schedule. So we are very much looking forward to it. So can you promise that once you have this avalanche of money released, do you think that all these changes will be in place? Well, I'm not a programmer myself. I can only promise that we'll take this list of your requirements collected from all the interested parties and stakeholders. So we'll take these changes, and I can promise, well, I can vouch that perhaps not January 1st, but January 2nd will be the day when we open up this first package. Because we have ranking, we have priorities, we know what should go first and what should go second, and that's our plan. Well, great. So we keep our fingers crossed, and we will be checking on that and holding you accountable. So you need the proper network, the adequate network of the governmental officials, people who would be delivering that. Great. So now, in this part of this panel, we can accept questions from the floor. Great. Well, good afternoon. I'm from the municipal police from Gorlice. I have a number of questions. So we heard from one of the panelists, so it's about using possession, operation, definitions of these concepts. These are not identical concepts. In the declaration itself, we have two columns. So we have installed and operated sources of heating. Well, I think that if the controlled person is fined, well, I don't think that that would stand in court of law. That's one thing. And that wouldn't hold in court of law. Well, another thing is, as the commander explained, I subscribe to that like fully. So waste burning, it's an offense. It's a very serious offense, and it should not go unpunished. But when it comes to a failure to submit a declaration, as the municipal police were competent here, and there is a relevant piece of legislation which applies here. So here, well, this is not an easy ground to tread on. And then we have that competence which raises from another piece of legislation, when it can actually fine a person for non-compliance with all these requirements as to the heating system, etc. In my opinion, it is very important that first we should instruct clients. So we have that preference, that principle of preference of non-penal measures. So I think that this is something that we should always take into consideration. And we should be guided by the concept of educating clients rather than fining them. Just to add to that, it is largely about the following thing. Well, there was this concept that communes were ineffective in inspecting cases. This is not the case. As little as 7% of all inspections in terms of anti-smog measures ended in determining infringement or breach of that anti-smog legislation. So it seems that as little as 7% establishes a smoker in a household. It is not fully possible to operate like that. We're here, and the inspections are here, and the municipal police is here to reach out to the local community. It is about educating. It is about informing. So my colleague, he is financed from this eco-consulting financing batch. Well, so my colleague, he really goes and inspects. I've accompanied him recently, and I can hear women crying and say, oh God, I didn't know about it. So it is mostly about them contacting me, and they ask me, please check the central register. Please come and educate about the subsidies and the additional program. And it's quite painful when it comes to that. Thank you.
Magda, do you have a question? And then we'll gather all the answers and responses. Magdalena Śladowska. I play a role of a representative or spokesperson of municipalities. I have postulates to Anna Iwaniec about the central registry of building emissions and what is going to happen. And perhaps I will refer to what Kamila and the gentleman from the municipal police were saying. to streamline and facilitate the tasks of officials, eco-advisors, and to encourage the society. Because we've had a signal from municipalities that it would be good to start an information campaign like the one that was organized with coal subsidies. I guess that it is a matter of information campaign to encourage people, to encourage the society to update their declarations, because I guess that's what we have the problem with, because we're trying to calculate it and to check the situation. And another thing is a legislative initiative, because there was like a kind of fine for not submitting the declaration. So when inspections are carried out, we could check whether there was the update of declarations, because inspections in households with no solid fuel sources, well, that's like wasting public money. So for me, it is a bit of information that we could have in central register to zero. It would be highly valuable to send inspections to the places and assistance to the places where we have energy poverty and where this support is needed. Because it was the intention at the very beginning of the central registry. Let us respond to that. Miłosz, could you go as the first person? I will try. I will be brief, because we don't have time for like lengthy legal considerations. As for the definition of usage and possession, this definition is not fully clear, but it is not identical. Yes, like usage, possession, these are different things. I'd like to refer you back to the manual, because we are trying to explain it there. So we were writing about interpretation of regulations. There are more places like that which are problematic. We cannot avoid that, but we have to try and come up with the best possible solution. Secondly, well, I guess it was more of a comment than a question. So if I may, about central register, I'm always a complainer, I know, but I run training sessions, how to carry out inspections, and in many places in Poland people say, like officials say, or municipal policemen say, yes, we know there is this obligation of entering electronic reports or taking stock, but we don't do that. Well, if officials, municipal guards, I hear opinions, we don't do that even though we are obliged, well, then it is difficult to criticize the central registry or CEB. There is always problem with observing regulations. As for the comment on updating declarations, with every change covered by the declaration, the inhabitant or the owner should update the declaration. If they don't do that, it is an offense. And for the offense, a municipal inspector, and it should be captured during the inspection, there might be a fine, financial fine. And the last item, punishments or a fine. Yes, in our offense law, there is this principle which is embedded there, that it should be non-penal means that we should try first. It doesn't mean there should be no fines at all. There is the directive for the size of the fines. You may apply that as well. And there are cases in which the punishment would be ineffective and inappropriate, but there are cases in which it is absolutely necessary, because the lack of punishment leads to the sense of impunity, and we need to have the desired ecological outcome. So, as Grzegorz was saying, sometimes it is a stick and sometimes it is a carrot. So, especially if it happens again and again and again, and there is no improvement. Yes, I'll be very brief, because I can see that we deal with a municipal policeman or municipal guard going for inspections. I always prefer to do it like that. If someone committed an offense, Article 27H, It is not always about punishment. I also understand that depends on the official, on the inspector on site. They make this decision whether punishment is in place or not, like a fine or what are additional circumstances, whereas they should assign a date. All right, so you have a week to submit the declaration. Afterwards, if it is not done, we check it in the central registry. The declaration is not there. We go once again, then there is a fine. I do apologize. There is no other way. You had your deadline. So, well, I prefer this kind of approach. And I also believe that we should do it like that. But if there are people who commit these offenses with impunity, or there is like energy poverty and people burning waste, my suggestion is that perhaps we should take it to court, and if they don't follow the decisions, if they don't pay the fine, if they face a court decision of 2 or 3 months in custody, there is also an option like that. And there are cases like that. No, that is the comment from the moderator. I had such a case personally that we took the matter to court. The person was sentenced and they took him. There was 100 days in custody. It was the sentence. And it might happen. So that's extreme and that's serious. And the central register is very helpful, and I would say, and that's my opinion, that despite of the fact that these devices do not work on the site because we enter the boiler room, we go to rural areas, no connection, because we have these cards from one phone operator, not another. There is no coverage. But if we go back to the office, we enter the data manually. It is feasible. It can be done. So I believe that. Well, I hope that in the future there will be an analysis and I will enter the data. I want to make an inspection on this street and it will be automated. Yes, it will be automated. It is happening in February because, yes, that's the plan. Aneta, could you comment on what Magda was saying? Absolutely. I do not know the budget that specifically, but I guess there is this task for information and promotional campaign. And we also use our resources to inform about the changes, about legal obligation. And we carried out a big action of surveys that were sent to all municipalities in Poland. And we asked whether they need leaflets about these obligations. I don't remember the numbers, but there were thousands of leaflets that we printed out and sent out to municipalities in Poland, which were willing to distribute these leaflets to inhabitants about tax decisions. So we always try, if there are big changes in the central register, there was a change in the reporting module, we send out a letter to all municipalities about the changes. So as much as we can, we do that using our own resources. There will be support, financial support very soon. So I hope that there will be even more intense activities there. Grzegorz, you wanted to contribute. You have like 30 seconds. Let me just say that the biggest number of declarations were submitted when our inhabitants felt there were some finances incurred. So if a declaration gave like declared or guaranteed prices, well, so if there was some money or benefits for inhabitants, it is always a great encouragement and incentive for them to submit declarations. There are some comments outside of the mic and we cannot hear them. I have to say we have to wrap it up. So the last question. The question, and I think the commander would like to answer that. Maybe you can help me, because there is a situation if someone says, no, I'm not going to submit myself to inspection. Are we calling the police? Because we have legal regulations. Like, what should I do about that? They are saying, no, no inspection on my premises. Talk to the local commander of the police, whether you need to write down a note or should you call the police, and like catching people red-handed, it is depending on policemen in a given locality. There are different opinions. So talk to the local police and ask about what you should do. Yes, local police station, talk to them. We write a note, we submit it to the police station, and usually it goes to the prosecutor's office, but then the prosecutor office says, oh, no case will be launched, no proceedings will be launched. If there is a possibility of a fine, maybe it is easier than taking the matter to court, because decisions made by the court are not always favorable. They are not always in the favor of clean air. If I may, just a fun fact, something pleasant, I would say. I'd like to ask the commander from Proszowice, because we wanted to say thank you to the Polish Smog Alert, because you promote our activities. So we wanted to give you a medal from the Polish Association of Municipal Guards and City Guards, like a gold medal for you. The first medal we have received. We are deeply honored. So it is the medal for our entire team. Many thanks for that. I am truly moved. I have never received a medal as part of the team of the Polish Smog Alert. Many thanks for this honor. Many thanks. Yes, in every municipality they should have municipal guards or intermunicipal guards, because then officials do not have to give money with one hand and with the other write down that the fine needs to be paid. So we see that if they have municipal guards in some municipalities, the liquidation of boilers is moving forward much faster and more effectively. So many thanks for this medal into your hands, and thank you for your efforts, for your hard work. Many thanks for that. All right, that's the end of our panel discussion. Even though it is quite late and a difficult topic was discussed, there was a lot of interest. So many thanks to all the panelists. And thank you for active participation to the members of the audience.
Drodzy Państwo, ten panel...
Ladies and gentlemen, so that was this experience. We heard from the front line. We heard from the municipal militia. We heard from the municipal control organization about inspections, about methods to support the local community.
Wiemy, szalenie podoba mi się to skawińskie określenie.
I really enjoyed that carrot and stick parable. So that supports effective implementation of politics, and that goes to show that we need to work together. So environmental protection departments, climate units, climate teams, well, they should guarantee exchange of information. Well, resolutions won't clean the air. As you know very well, air knows no limits. You need to be consequent in your operations. You need to work hand in hand with the local community to have measurable results. And that is my wish for you. So now we're heading for the last part of our today's meeting. It's a presentation of smog knowledge base portal. So this is hands-on support to combating smog in Poland. Kamila Gawrońska-Dixon from Polish Smog Alarm.
Dzięki. Dzień dobry Państwu.
So I have the pleasure today to present a new tool for representatives of local governments in Poland. We've been using it for a few months now in this Polish smog alert. This is the database about smog, and that's the internet website dedicated to this database. So this is to support people operating in the air quality area. And at the same time, the database is open. There are no access restrictions to those interested in the topic. It contains many hands-on materials that could be used in our daily work. So these are webinars, textbooks, guidelines, analyses, instruction videos, good practices, and anti-smog regulations. So this database was created under as a part of this Cleaner Fund project together with partners. We succeeded in attracting these partners through Tech to the Rescue organization, which is an organization that brings NGOs together with organizations that offer pro bono support. So this is how we contacted Seashark, which is a Wrocław-based company. So Seashark is now responsible for technical coordination and engaged students from Wrocław University and SWPS University in the program. So this is the home site of this database. We have webinars at the top, the toolbox, and then we have our publications from our partners, good practices that we've covered, good anti-smoke practices, and textbook for local governments. And then we have the calculator of heating costs. We can calculate the heating costs per fuel, and we can also add the type of insulation that a building has and the number of people who live in it. And here we group the available knowledge base into 12 categories. We're flexible in adopting these categories, so it's health, air quality, legal regulations, control of boilers and furnaces, energy poverty, heating systems, fuels, subsidies, education, energy efficiency, transportation and industry, and then each category breaks down into subcategories. So energy poverty branches into definitions and reasons for energy poverty, good practices, solutions. Here we have solutions and good practices. We've prepared a very rich description for every single type of practice. Then underneath the descriptions, there are some support materials that one can use. So we have reports, good practices, and here we also add links as well as files to be downloaded from this website. You may want to find out more about the toolbox, which is dedicated to environmental protection people, the municipal militia members, and other people operating in this area. So here we have all the necessary materials to inspect furnaces and boilers, templates of official documents, information and educational materials, and available courses for our consultants. And here is what you need for inspection. All the necessary materials, as well as the textbook with good practices. So it's about boiler inspections, furnace inspections, one by one, step by step. We have also like boiler labels, type of approval for fuel quality, and all these guidelines and guidebooks when it comes to good practices of inspections. So this is for you to inspect and to download as text files. Also check our informational materials that might come useful in your work. So we have some leaflets, we have some posters that could be printed, downloaded and printed directly from the website. As well as some leaflets, pamphlets that could be printed directly from our website and edited by adding a logo, name of the commune, and some contact details. They could be edited in Canva. Here again, we have an instruction manual, like a to-do list, and also steps in the instruction. And then this is the most updated knowledge base, which is an AI chatbot that was developed on the basis of the OpenAI solution, which is on the bottom of the page. So once you click that text part, this chatbot shows these dialog boxes for questions. Let me assure you that we fed our chatbot with very well checked materials. We're at the testing stage of the chatbot, so once you start conversing with the chatbot, it admits that it may make mistakes. So fantasize, ask the chatbot about consequences of breathing polluted air by small children. So that was my question. And after a moment, this is what I received. I received a very detailed answer together with all lists, links that the chat used when working on its reply. And all these links are available in our website. So you can see that our database can be used in two ways. So you may all do your search, find the necessary files, but also you may take shortcuts and use the chatbot, ask a question, and even if we are quite distrustful about what the AI may produce, still we get the links, the resources that the chatbot used. Well, this tool is still imperfect. We are working on improving this tool, and your assistance in this matter will be very much appreciated. So please go through our categories, check the website, and try the chatbot, the AI, and let us know what you think. You may email us your comments. You may also use this online form. You can access that form by scanning the QR code. Thank you very much for your attention.
Drodzy Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, it was the last item on today's agenda. So it was the first day of the conference about experiences of Małopolska and other regions in anti-smog activities, and I hope we have learned so much and our minds are full of new ideas and inspirations. Now it's time to relax, and we are meeting tomorrow on the second day. Please join us tomorrow. We are beginning in the morning at 10 o'clock. And on behalf of the organizers, our partners, experts, I'd like to encourage you to stay for a moment with us. Tomorrow there will be more knowledge, more inspirations, more discussions. Now you have some time for informal conversations, for relaxation, and that's all from us today. And now it's time for a lunch break, actually for lunch. And